physicist. We got here, of course, Lord Chuck Nice.
Hey, what's happening, man?
You're locked and loaded there?
I'm locked and loaded because we got queries, man.
And they're not just queries about anything to anyone.
No.
They're queries on, like, cosmology.
Yes.
To one of our cosmologists about town.
Yes.
One of our fave interviews. We've got Sean Carroll on the line. Sean, how you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going? Lord Chuck, I didn't know you got a promotion.
If you try hard like he does, you might get one too.
Yeah, I mean, no kings, but lords are okay. The occasional lord.
There you go. That's right. No, I'm down with the no kings, but
Exactly.
I'm still Lord Nice.
And so let's catch people up on your trajectory through life. You spent a lot of your professional career at Caltech over in Pasadena, and now you joined us back on the East Coast in Baltimore at the Johns Hopkins University.
That's right.
And I got you as the Homeward Professor of Natural Philosophy.
That's right. There aren't that many of those. I'm basically the only one, so it's nice.
Right.
Yeah.
This is a very retro title.
It is.
Okay. I think Newton had a title of Natural Philosophy.
Right.
Before the word physics was a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're one of my favorite people out there because not only do you bring science to the public, which is something we care deeply about here at Star Talk, but you have for me, the best combination of astrophysics fluency,
Right.
physics fluency,
Right.
and philosophy fluency.
Right.
You put all that together, and there's no boring conversation you will ever have, ever.
True. But we're going to try to change that today.
I'm going to take this as a challenge. Yeah, I bet I can do it.
So, Sean, you had a couple of books recently. I mean, you're always out there, talking physics smack with with an interested public. You have two in a row here: Space, Time, and Motion. That's what's left after that, right?
That's a lot. Yeah.
That's pretty much everything, right?
but no, not for Sean Carroll.
Right.
He's got Quanta and Fields.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Now it is everything.
Yeah.
Space, time, and motion, and then quanta and fields. What's left?
What's left will be volume 3, which is complexity and emergence. That's what I'm nearly done with writing right now. So it's a whole 3-part series called The Biggest Ideas in the Universe. Yeah.
That's definitely what that is.
That is.
For sure. Fields is a thing
Right.
that if I didn't study physics, I'd still think they were kind of imaginary. You go back to Faraday, right, who says there's magnetism there, but there's a field. Well, can I see it? No. But the iron filings can see it, but I can't.
Right.
Okay. But if you take away the iron filings, is it still there? Yeah. And so what did it take to get everybody comfortable with the idea of a field?
That's a great question because it wasn't easy. It took a while. Isaac Newton worried about the fact that he didn't know about the concept of fields. He said that there was a gravitational force between the sun and the earth, and it depends on the distance, the inverse square law. The bigger the distance, the less the force. But he didn't know how it got there. How does the Earth know where the sun is, how far away it is, how massive it is? And he said, this is over my pay grade. I'm going to leave this for future generations to decide, which is not the kind of thing that Isaac Newton said very often. So it wasn't until the 1800s.
So he knew something was up.
He knew something was up.
Needed further explanation. Yeah.
Wow.
Action at a distance. Einstein famously said spooky action at a distance for quantum mechanics, but even in Newton's time, there was this weird thing. What is it that takes the gravitational force and moves it from the sun to the earth, etc.?
And vice versa. Yeah.
And in some way, there was an answer there from Laplace, Pierre-Simon Laplace, but it wasn't until Faraday, like you said, that he starts moving magnets and watching electrical currents pop up in a wire next to it, like not there, not touching it, right? Through empty space, something happened. And the great thing about Faraday was he was an absolutely genius, intuitive physicist. He was not the math expert that you sometimes need to be. So James Clerk Maxwell came along, was a huge admirer of Faraday, and basically made it all mathematically respectable and said, yeah, there's these things called the electric field and the magnetic field, and they fill all of space and you can't see them, but we can predict what they're going to do, and they're super duper important for explaining everything.
I think Faraday, if memory serves, in none of his published papers does an equation of any kind appear.
That's possible. I didn't know quite that factoid, but it's absolutely in keeping.
Yeah.
You know, he was thinking about, in fact, it wasn't even fields that he primarily focused on. He imagined lines of force. So like out of an electron, there's an electric field, we would say now, but he thought they were like literally lines of force filling all of space. And Maxwell's first papers were about trying to make mathematical sense of lines of force. And he eventually said, nah, it's better to think of fields with little vectors, so like little arrows at every point, and then the lines are sort of moving in the direction of the arrows.
And that all happened in the 19th century.
All happened in the 19th century. Yeah. And the great thing was, you know, if you think of the number of different apparent phenomena in the world that we now think of as electricity and magnetism in action, right? Heat, light, radio waves, X-rays, you know, the magnets, all this stuff, like very, very different things, all explained in just two fields talking to each other, electricity and magnetism.
That's amazing.
That's completely crazy.
It's just crazy.
And I was just thinking, I go through this sort of existential moment maybe once a month. I'm sitting there and I press a button on my smartphone and it changes the channel on my TV.
Right.
And then I press another button, it starts my car, which is 3 miles away.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm thinking, this is magic.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, and this is why writing books is good, because you write a book and you say, like, you point your remote control at your TV and a radio wave comes out and turns it on, and you get many emails saying that's an infrared wave, not a radio wave. You don't know what you're talking about. But they're all different manifestations of electromagnetism. And so
wait, but my cell phone is not.
Your cell phone
infrared.
is not, but your TV remote control is.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like who knows these things? I can't keep track of these things. I'm just a theoretical physicist.
It's funny, while you guys are talking, I'm sitting here with my iPad and I'm taking my finger and moving the screen up and down
into this void above your
right, and it's exactly the same thing. You're like, isn't that the electromagnetic field on my finger?
Basically everything is the electromagnetic field. Yeah, other than gravity, it's all electromagnetism all the way down.
Yeah, we live it.
We just live it.
There's a hugely important philosophy of science lesson here, because like Neil said, you can't see the electric field or the magnetic field, but they're clearly everywhere. Like, we have equations that describe them exactly and make predictions and fit all the data. Therefore, we accept that they are there. You don't need to see them with your eyes to have evidence that they're part of reality.
I do a whole stand-up bit about that, which is very,
and I try to beat that into Chuck every time when I say the universe is
under no obligation
to make sense to you.
Which, believe it or not, I can accept. You must make sense to me because I am the center of all things.
And so, Sean, what's this latest paper we have you publish here, co-authored, what Hawking radiation looks like as you fall into a black hole? Was that something that needed to be addressed?
It's something that I've worried about for decades, and honestly...
Really?
Yeah, well, so here's the question. There's two things that we think are true about a black hole. One is, if you're standing very far away and you look at the black hole, Stephen Hawking says black holes give off radiation. Okay, not that much radiation, admittedly, especially for a big black hole, but he, again, has an equation that predicts exactly how much you should see. The second thing is, we have this feeling, no one's ever done it, but we have this belief that if you fall into a black hole, you see nothing special when you cross the boundary, cross the event horizon, right? It just looks like ordinary empty space everywhere. But these two statements seem a little bit contradictory, because if I'm standing far away and I see radiation coming out, and then I just fall in, right? I stop, my rocket ship or whatever, and I let myself fall in. Neil, that you should see that redshift, that radiation get blue shifted. It should look brighter and brighter and more energetic. So why does it turn off when you hit the event horizon? What actually happens? What is it that you see? And it turns out this is 100%, implicit in all the equations that we have, but took a lot of work to actually pull it out. And the answer in a very short, slightly oversimplified form is there is high intensity radiation when you're crossing the event horizon, but you're moving so fast that you don't have time to observe it. So it looks to you like there's nothing there.
What?
Yes.
I mean, in a Heisenberg uncertainty principle way, you don't have time to observe it.
Yeah, exactly right. And by the way, before I forget, I got to give huge credit to Chris Chalou, my co-author on this.
Your co-author, yes.
He was a grad student at Harvard who just graduated, did all the heavy lifting on this and other projects, and he was fantastic. So he got the right answer after other people's got it wrong.
Graduate students, they have to have an exception to the slave amendment in the Constitution for a graduate student.
Right.
Just so you know.
Why are they not? Are they only 3/5 of a person?
No.
3/5 of a scientist. Yeah.
3/5 of a scientist? Is that what they are?
His graduate student did the heavy lifting.
Right.
There it is.
But see, that's the whole.
Sean is in the Bahamas, and his graduate student
And that's
is
the way
doing
it should be. Sean already did his work. Okay? That's the whole idea.
I would have loved to do the heavy lifting, but for his sake, I needed to let him have that experience. You know how it is.
Of course. Yes. I mean, listen, Leonardo da Vinci, when he painted, he had artisans that worked under him,
Yeah.
and they do a bunch of the work.
Yeah.
And then you come in and you sign your name.
No, but I will tell you this, that in physics and astronomy, in our journals, it is not our tradition to put our degrees after our name, the way it is in the social sciences.
And why is that?
Well, I made up a reason why that's good, but I don't know if it had different origins. And Sean, you might have some insight here. If you didn't otherwise know the people, you have no idea who was senior, who was junior, because a brilliant idea can come out of anybody.
Gotcha.
Even your students.
Right.
And so there's no reason to segregate who's got title and who doesn't, because a brilliant idea is a brilliant idea no matter the package, and a stupid idea is a stupid idea.
True. No matter who comes up with it. Yeah. I like that. I like that
It's
system.
very egalitarian.
Yeah.
I like that. No, blame. Ready? Do you harbor questions about the universe? Some long-held bit of cosmic curiosity lingering within you? Or questions about anything at all? You can become a Patreon supporter of Star Talk. You have access to our exclusive question line on our website. Those are where we draw our questions for our cosmic friends.
Some of the most extreme objects in the universe.
Star Talk is a work in progress where we, every month, come up with some new way, some new idea. Good questions. Sean, one other thing before we get to our Patreon questions. Something that's fascinated me for decades, ever since I could think about this question. And that's the arrow of time. Some of my earliest books in middle school were all about time and how it passes and why do we know time is going forward rather than backwards. And you have some emergent thinking on that?
I absolutely do. You know, this is something that was hugely important for me in my career. The arrow of time is just the fact that the past and future are different from each other, right? Like, I can have photographs of the past. I cannot have photographs that are truly representing what happens in the future.
AI's got your future.
Or Chuck can do it, but I can't do it. So, you know, why is this true? And Aristotle wouldn't even have had the question. Like, they're just different things. Like, why is an elephant not an orange? Like, what are you even asking? But once Isaac Newton comes along with his theory of physics, suddenly the distinction between the past and future disappears. Like, these equations don't treat the past and future differently.
Right.
So it turns out, long story short, that it's a cosmology question. The early universe, 14 billion years ago, near the Big Bang, was in a very special, organized state, and it's becoming more disorganized and higher entropy, as we say, ever since then. That's where the arrow of time comes from. But okay, why was the early universe like that? And that we don't know. So I wrote a paper about this 20 years ago, and I'm revisiting that now to try to improve upon it. We still don't know, but I do think we're making progress in that direction.
Well, I'd hope so after 20 years.
That's not very long in the history of the universe.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh, excuse me. I'm pulling universe on me. It's a fourth of your life, a fifth of your life.
The universe will wait.
We know which direction time moves because certain phenomena we would never see in reverse. Like some famous ones are that you drop a blob of ink in water, the ink will disperse. You never see that happen in reverse.
In reverse.
Right. So if you're just eavesdropping on a scene,
right,
and no one told you which way time was pointing, just by phenomena that occur, you should be able to know. You should be able to figure it out.
Right, yeah. Like you never see an orange fall up from the ground back onto a branch.
Right.
But these are, you're picking good examples, but let's admit you're picking the easy examples. We understand those examples, but I can make a choice about what to do right now. Like I could make a choice right now. This is the most boring podcast ever. I'm going to storm off and not do it.
You won't be the first.
But I can't make a choice now not to have come on the podcast in the first place. I can't make a choice that affects the past.
Oh, look at that.
And so that's right there at the boundary of physics and philosophy. Both the physicists and the philosophers need to think about this. And again, we have good ideas, but there's still work to be done.
Wow. And now you got me thinking about the multiple timelines and parallel universes and every single, like if we are on call it a trajectory, every choice that we make, all those other possible trajectories from this point of decision still continue forward just without me. So what the hell is happening there?
I'm not sure if I'm quite on board with your explanation there of what's going on.
Well, no, what I'm saying is I'm being way too literal, Sean. What I'm saying is the possibilities of all those trajectories.
Well, this is the many worlds hypothesis.
Is that what that is?
I think that's what you're
Is that what I'm talking about? Okay.
Well, it's pretty close. I mean, many worlds is like really down to earth and equation based. There's the Schrodinger equation of quantum mechanics tells you what set of things happen in the future and which don't. And it's not because you're making a decision that creates a difference between one world and another. It's because of entanglement in the underlying quantum structure of reality. But we do have reason to believe that there are other copies of the universe where things turned out a little bit different. And you can all, if you have an iPhone, you can download an app called Universe Splitter, and I'm a big salesman for this app here, and I don't get any commission or anything, but I think everyone should get it because when you're torn between two decisions, should I take this job or should I, just continue living a life of leisure? You can ask the phone, and it will, you can plug in these two options, and it will send a photon down a beam splitter that has a 50-50 chance of saying, you should take the job or you should just stay sitting around. And then there'll be, if you do it, if you obey the instructions, there will be a world in which you did the other thing.
That brings me to my question.
Oh, you got a question before we start?
Before we even start. And specifically,
did you pay your $5 a month?
I'm going to owe
you. In another world, he did.
In another world, I paid it. That's funny. All right, Sean, this is specifically for you, okay? This question. All right.
That is your question.
It's my question. First of all, you have to be familiar with this experiment. In the double-slit delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, okay?
I know you've been worried about that one, yeah.
No, I really am, Sean. I'm dead serious.
Wait. So, Sean,
I told Neil, this is keeping me up at night.
Sean, that's a thing?
It's a thing. Yeah, it's a thing, right.
It's the double-slit delayed choice quantum eraser experiment.
Okay, I'd never heard of this. Okay, go.
Okay. And maybe it's all, I don't know, maybe it's, I read about it and I'm just like, this is crazy. Maybe it's BS. I don't know.
Give it to me.
All right. So it appears that the photons know they're being measured. Like they actually know. All right. So the signal photons and the idler photons show a constructive wave interference pattern when they're not measured by a detector. But there's 4 detectors and they can't know because of the way the detectors are set up, because the photons are split and some go on not to be measured, and some go on to be measured. Okay? Now, here's the deal. There is no wave interference pattern when they are measured. So this makes it look like they know when they're being observed. I can understand the whole explanation of entanglement. I don't know why. I should say I can accept it. I don't know why it's easy for me to accept that, but I can just accept it. What I can't know or understand is a particle knowing that it's being watched. So are there any hypotheses that would explain why this thing would know?
Wait. So that's just that your query there sounds like you just need the double slit experiment. I'm still distracted by the rest of what it's called.
No, this is beyond the double slit experiment. Because, well, maybe I'll let Sean explain it, because I could explain it, but I'm probably not going to explain it as eloquently as Sean, the way the experiment is set up.
It's the double slit experiment is, of course, a famous thought experiment originally. They wrote down what it should do long before they ever did it. To illustrate the magic of quantum mechanics, you have a single electron going through two slits. It's detected somewhere on the other side. And it's just a dot. You can't figure out that much from the dot. But you do that many, many, many times, and what you see is an interference pattern. It's like a wave went through the two slits, and waves go up and down depending on how far away they are from the target. And so a wave going through one slit can interfere with the wave going through the other slit, and that's what you see in the distribution of dots on the detector screen. So the miracle occurs when you observe which slit the electron goes through, right? Because in the Copenhagen usual way of thinking about quantum mechanics, when you observe the electron, you collapse its wave function. It's no longer going through both slits. You saw it go through one or the other, and magically the interference pattern goes away, because indeed you changed the electron dramatically by observing which one it goes through. So that's all standard stuff. Everyone, and their mom learns that in kindergarten when they're learning about quantum mechanics. The delayed choice quantum eraser experiment is a hilariously convoluted elaboration of that, which makes people feel bad for no good reason at all.
Oh, thank God.
I actually wrote a blog post about it called The Notorious Delayed Choice Quantum Eraser, where I make fun of people who are trying to make you lose sleep because of this.
Well, they got to me.
They got it. I know. Yeah, we're all victims here, I think. So the way that works is, rather than just observe whether the electron goes through the left slit or the right slit, what do you mean by observe? You mean like maybe you with your eyeball or with some measuring apparatus have detected it. But what if you just entangle it a little bit? Like you entangle it with one little particle, okay? Then, unlike if you personally had observed it, you could imagine unentangling it. You could imagine not letting it get the interference pattern destroyed, or you could imagine having it be destroyed. And you can make that decision after the electron's been detected. That's the slightly spooky part, right?
That's the spooky part, right?
If you were the kind of person who spoke a language of the electron goes through one slit or the other slit and it's making a decision, then what Chuck says, like, it sounds like the electron's decision was affected by what I did after it was detected. Oh my God, how could that be? But if you just talk the language of a wave going through and becoming entangled and taking quantum mechanics seriously, all of this is 100% what is predicted by the Schrödinger equation of quantum mechanics, without anything knowing anything making any choices, or anything going backward in time.
Okay.
So there
you have it.
It's hard to explain, but I encourage people to Google Notorious Delayed Choice Quantum Eraser, and they will find my blog post, and they will hear it all. And this is literally the chapter I wrote for my book, Something Deeply Hidden, which is all about quantum mechanics. And I read the chapter and said, this is too much. Like, they don't need this. Like, this is too complicated and specific. So I just made it a blog post instead.
Excellent. And where do we find that blog post?
On my blog, preposterousuniverse.com/blog. But again, if you just Google delayed choice quantum eraser with the word notorious in front, my blog post will come up first, I promise you.
Preposterous universe.
Preposterous universe. That's preposterous.
Exactly.
All right.
Well, that was good, man.
All right.
Well, thanks for that.
You got your $0 worth of
Yeah, I got my
one.
$0 worth.
It's a perfect example of rather than trying to demystify quantum mechanics, sometimes people try to mystify it. They try to make it sound even more confusing than it is.
Even more.
Quantum mechanics really is confusing. You don't need to make it sound more confusing than it is, and that's what this is doing.
And you're absolutely right. Well, that's cool, man. I appreciate that. Okay, here we go. This is from our buddy Kevin the Sommelier, and he says, if dark matter were a wine varietal, would we be at the I know it exists, but I can't quite describe it stage, or the I swear I taste something, but everyone thinks I'm making it up stage? That's funny. On a more grounded note for the holidays, Gaia Promise. Gaia. Oh, Gaia, like Gaia. G-A-J-A. Gaia.
It's Italian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gaia Promise, which is a beautiful Super Tuscan, will pair incredibly well with any roast that you are planning.
Oh.
And you're familiar with this Gaia Promise.
It's expensive, but it's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And you say that like, Chuck, you can't afford it. That's what you just said.
That's what I was hearing.
That's all I heard. You were like, Gaia. Yeah, Chuck, you cannot afford it. Okay, so maybe one day I'll pour it for you at my house. But in the meantime, keep dreaming.
But the yellowtail's good, Chuck. Don't worry. You'll love it.
And $2 Chuck.
It's $2 Chuck. I'm down.
But so in that question, I guess he's trying to, using his wine expertise, trying to probe what's really going on with the dark energy, or both?
No, he said dark matter.
Just dark matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could you just put some anchoring onto, because a lot of people think we're just making it up.
Yeah, making it up.
Yeah.
And does it have to be a particle?
Ooh, that's a tougher one. You made it tough. I had an easy question. You threw me a softball there.
See, this is what I do, man. No. You just saw what I did with that stupid delayed double slit thing. I can't help. And Neil, we just did this earlier. We were together earlier before you got on, and he was just like, Chuck, you overthink everything. just calm down, bro.
Look, back in my day, when Neil and I were young, it was perfectly okay to think that maybe dark matter didn't exist. In other words, there were absolutely things going on in galaxies and clusters of galaxies, things like that looked like dark matter, looked like there's more matter in a galaxy than we could account for just by counting the stars and the gas and the dust. But maybe there was something weird going on with gravity. Maybe Isaac Newton and Albert Einstein didn't have the last word. We've long since passed that phase of the development of cosmology, and I think a lot of people haven't caught up because we've learned so much more from the leftover radiation from the Big Bang, the cosmic microwave background, from gravitational lensing with clusters of galaxies, from the growth of structure of galaxies and clusters and things like that. Dark matter exists. It's really there in some form or another. Now, maybe gravity's also modified. That's perfectly okay. But yeah, there's something called dark matter. Is it a particle? Well, we got to admit, we don't know what it is. The range of possibilities goes from, some tiny fraction of the mass of an electron to the mass of the moon or something like that, right? I mean, there's a very, very large range of possible masses that dark matter could have if it's a particle. Could it be something beyond a particle? It always could be. Like there's, anything is possible. But boy, it really acts like particle-like. Like we know a lot about where the dark matter is, how much of it there is, how fast it's moving. It looks exactly like some massive, slowly moving particle that was sort of still stationary in the early universe and started moving ever since then. So it's our job to go actually find it. Then we'll know.
So 2 small points. I, whenever given the occasion, I don't describe it as dark matter because we don't know it's matter, but it is definitely dark gravity. That's what it is, right? Because we're tracking gravity at every turn that we say we're measuring the dark matter. So I think that's the most honest way to describe it, because Sean, you've seen this. They're clickbait. There's a news article that says, scientists may be wrong about dark matter.
Of course,
it might not be matter.
Yeah,
but you're right. But we can't be wrong about dark gravity because we don't know what it is. Right. I'm just trying to distinguish that.
No, I think that's a perfectly good and fair distinction. But I think that I would just be more conclusive about what we do know. Like I said,
and you sounded very good there. You sounded really good.
In the 80s, what we were discovering was there's more gravity at the edges of galaxies than there is that you would predict from the stars, et cetera, inside. So, okay, maybe gravity is different. But nowadays, we see gravity where there is no ordinary matter to cause it.
Okay.
So it's not just that the strength of gravity is different, but it's just pointing at something which we're not seeing. So that's dark matter.
You said a moment ago that we might one day need to modify gravity, but that's not what we need to do to explain dark matter.
It is not sufficient to explain dark matter. We need extra stuff out there. And just to be super duper clear, because again, much like the notorious delayed choice quantum eraser experiments, sometimes people like to make things harder to understand rather than easier to understand. There are people who have theories of modified gravity where they've changed Einstein's theory of gravity and they say, I can explain away the dark matter. But when you look at their theory of gravity, in addition to changing gravity, they've also put new sources of gravity in there, which are just dark matter.
Right.
They break the universe in the process. Right.
Okay. All right. Well, that's super cool. Anyway,
okay.
Kevin, kudos for the
thank you, Kevin.
creative posing of the question. This is Rachel Ambrose. And Rachel says, hey, Rachel here from Austin, Texas. I'm a big fan of Sean and his Mindscape podcast.
Thank you, Rachel.
I've been thinking...
Product placement.
Rachel says, I've been thinking about the spinning universe hypothesis, which says the entire universe may be rotating very slowly as a whole. This was hypothesized to help resolve the Hubble tension. But I was thinking, if it's true, could this also help us explain dark energy as a kind of centrifugal force, or centrifugal, depending upon how you would say it?
Yeah, look, I'll be super honest, and my honest answer is I don't know. That sounds like a research program. Rachel should write a paper about this and submit it to the physical review. I doubt it is the slightly longer answer, because if the universe is rotating, then that tends to break the isotropy of the universe.
Okay, God bless you for that.
I'm gonna fill you in. Isotropy just means things look the same in every direction.
Okay.
Statistically the same. Not exactly the same.
Of course.
That's right. So there's not like a big hot spot in one side of the universe and cold spot in the other side. It's more or less the same average everywhere with little fluctuations around it.
And we have that right now.
That's exactly what we have.
Yes.
And so once you start messing with that, can you mess with it like just a little bit and maybe no one has noticed yet? Sure, you absolutely always can. But it's hard to do that. And the theory that we have for dark energy with Einstein's cosmological constant just does a really good job at fitting the data in a sort of a simple, direct, blatant kind of, here I go kind of way. So I'm absolutely open to creative new things like the rotation of the universe, but where would that come from? I'm not sure. And what other effects would it have on observable quantities? I'm also not sure. So that sounds like a work.
All right.
Okay, very cool. Well,
Plus, I think we still need verification that net angular momentum is manifest everywhere. I think it was just one pocket of the universe where they made this measurement. And so you would need to do more of the universe to reveal this,
right?
If it's really true. So it's which way spiral galaxies are rotating,
right?
Yeah.
If there's a net rotation in one direction over here, that says there's something going on in the whole universe.
Gotcha.
Right. Because these galaxies wouldn't know about each other necessarily.
Exactly.
There's something
So
in the birth
they're
sac.
responding to the same thing
Exactly.
if that's the case.
Correct.
I got you.
Correct.
Okay.
By the way, there's just to so people know that you got to be careful about these things. There was one study that had the brilliant idea. It was a while back, so we didn't have the computers weren't there. They had volunteers. It was like citizen science. They said, here are some pictures of spiral galaxies. You go through them, you citizen scientists, and tell us, are they counterclockwise spirals or are they clockwise spirals? Okay, and you would expect it to be 50-50, but it was like 70-30. Like there were a lot more clockwise spirals than counterclockwise spirals, and astronomers were like, oh my god, what is going on? And someone had the brilliant idea, okay, let's give the same galaxies to the same people, but let's take the mirror image of them. Let's flip them.
Ah, what a smart idea.
And guess what? It was still 70% clockwise galaxies. It was people were seeing things. People are not unobjective.
Get people out of the equation at all times.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So you just got to be careful about all of these things.
Sean Browning says, hello, this is Sean Browning from Hood River, Oregon. In a previous episode, Neil stated that if you were to fall into a black hole, that would see the future of the universe unfold, or you would see the future of the universe unfold.
Behind you.
Right.
Yeah.
If that's true, then what would happen if the black hole finished evaporating before the universe ended?
So I think that the details matter here. There's a way that we have of thinking about black holes that is sort of idealized. Like I wrote a textbook on general relativity, and you can learn about black holes in there. But the real world black holes are messy, and they're made of stuff and things like that. So I don't actually think it's true that you see an enormous amount of the past of the universe in a real black hole. In a real black hole, you would, as you know, get spaghettified and die very quickly, right? So if you're in a real evaporating black hole, you would first get spaghettified, and then you would be released as a stream of black body radiation, and none of you is experiencing anything here. So I think that you don't need to worry. Like you would see more maybe than you would if you were outside of the black hole, but there's no apparent paradox that you're going to see the whole thing.
Gotcha. Okay. You're very literal, Sean.
But if the point is, if your time is slowing down as you near the black hole, then the time for the rest of the universe is speeding up, right? I mean, you're normal, and the rest of the universe is speeding up. Right. So I think that's the foundation of this question.
That is.
However long it takes you to fall into the black hole, will the universe, or vice versa, will one of them live out their days before the other one finishes what it's doing?
Mm-hmm.
I think you should always think about, what I would like is that everyone in the world thought about space-time diagrams and light cones. Your past light cone, which is the set of all things that can send light signals to you without moving faster than the speed of light, it never covers the whole universe. It never sees the future. It never sees things that are further away from you than the speed of light can get. That's true whether you're inside a black hole or not. So there's some quantitative question about how much you see, but there's no worry you're seeing things that didn't happen yet before the black hole evaporated.
Wow, that's a bummer.
You're the one falling into a black hole. There's other bummers you have to worry about, let me tell you.
This is true.
It's not your biggest bummer.
Yeah, it's not the biggest bummer. All right, this is Shadow Dominic. And he says,
That's
hello.
his name? Shadow Dominic? Yeah. All right.
He says, hi, this is Dominic from Madison, Wisconsin. If you could instantly know the answer to one currently unsolved physics problem, no strings attached. Was that a pun?
No! Yeah, stay away from string theory.
Yeah, was that a pun? What are you doing, bro? He says, which one would you pick and why?
The cheating answer is yes, tell me the theory of everything. Then I could work out everything else from that.
Let me double up behind you. What gives you the confidence that a theory of everything even exists?
Because the universe exists.
No, I'm not accepting that. No, don't tell me. No, so
you should accept the universe, Neil.
It could be that quantum physics and general relativity in this universe never come together, and there's nothing that would ever bring them together. That's just how the universe is. We're invoking a philosophical bias of beauty to even assert that there is one theory of everything.
Nope, that's not true.
Oh, tell me. Oh.
The universe exists. There is something that happens, right? We don't know the best way of summarizing what happens. The best way of summarizing what happens in the universe might just be to literally list everything that happens. That would be a terribly uninformative theory of the world. We think we can do much better than that. I'm not saying that the theory of everything is simple or elegant or fits on a napkin or a t-shirt or anything like that, but there is some full and complete description of the universe.
The fact that you said it could be a very long account of everything that happens, but if it's everything that happens, then that's
everything that happens.
Then it's everything that happens.
Yeah, okay.
So that could be just a really messy, ugly, not philosophically beautiful theory of everything. Because there's a page in the book for everything that happens.
Right. Because I'm very much in agreement with the philosophy that we should not be going around telling the universe how to behave. Like, we can't decide ahead of time what the universe is like. It's absolutely possible that the ultimate explanations are not that simple. I actually don't believe that. I think the ultimate explanation probably will be really, really simple, but I don't know. Yeah.
What if you can't access that information? Like, it is non-accessible on this plane of existence, but the answer is there.
Or you're saying, are we just too stupid as humans? That's another way to ask your question.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah, Sean, do you think that we have sufficient intellect to even get there?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
all right. That's encouraging.
Oh, man, loving him some Homo sapiens there. Okay.
I mean, again, we don't know, but what I like to do is just think about how far we've already come. 100 years ago, we had just finished getting quantum mechanics. We didn't know about the expansion of the universe. We certainly didn't know about quantum fields and the standard model and all these things. And
we didn't know about other galaxies yet. It happened in 1926.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Of course, it's possible we'll never get there, but the rate at which we've been learning things, and this is just the past 100 years. Think about the past 1,000 years, and 10,000 years from now, we're going to know a lot.
If we're here. Yeah. If we are here.
One of the hypotheses that I thought was intriguing was that as we measure the limits of whatever the limits are of what we're measuring, we might reach a cutoff, like in a Truman Show example, where he goes to the horizon, but the horizon is a painted sky. So we look at like the energy levels of gamma rays, or we find a cutoff that would have no natural explanation other than that somebody programmed this and they had to put in a limit because they couldn't put infinity into their software.
Yeah. So I think it's fascinating to imagine at a slightly more detailed, careful level, what are the ways that we could become convinced that we're not ever going to find a simple theory of everything.
That's another way to think about it.
Yeah, and things like that are, maybe we get evidence that we live in a simulation, or that the laws of physics are different from place to place and time to time, and so even if we get them figured out here, we won't know them some other way. But again, what's amazing to me is how rock solid and reliable the laws of physics are. Like, we're able to extrapolate them way past the environments in which we invent them, and they still work. I just got to put one example on the table, which is Big Bang nucleosynthesis. This is my favorite example of exactly this. A bunch of scientists, mostly in the 20th century, figured out the rules of nuclear physics, the rules of gravity, the rules of cosmology, and they realized the universe is 14 billion years old, and they extrapolate these rules back to when the universe was 1 minute old. And they make a prediction for how much hydrogen and helium there should be, and they got it right.
Bang on.
Like, what in the world? That's the impressive thing to me. Like, we can figure this stuff out.
Fantastic. Oh, that's very encouraging.
And there's an example I got from Rich Gott. George Gamow makes a prediction based on this early nucleosynthesis of the universe, that there should be a residual temperature of the universe.
And that would be the temperature that would be the temperature everywhere.
Everywhere. So think of the level of extrapolation this required. And he said the temperature would be 10 degrees. Okay. So then we finally measure it. It's 3 degrees.
Wow.
Okay. So you can say
he was an idiot. He really crapped the bed.
But
the standards were lower back then, Chuck. It was a very different time.
But Rich Gott said that's like predicting that a 10-foot flying saucer would land on the lawn of the White House, but it was a 3-foot flying saucer instead.
Yeah. That's pretty wild.
Oh my gosh, there's a flying saucer.
Right, yeah. No, that's super impressive.
Yeah.
All right, very cool.
Okay, so you helped me, talk me off the ledge there. You know, every now and then I just wake up skeptical that we're going to ever figure anything out. And what we have figured out, I need to be more impressed with that.
People are impatient. Yeah, I know. Like it'll take some time.
Thank you. So what else you got?
All right, this is Shota, I'll say Zidziguri.
I'm betting that is so not right, but go on.
Easy for you to say.
All right, Shota Ziziguri. Anyway, hello, this is Shota from Georgia. With a name like that? Anyway.
Maybe it's Soviet Georgia. Georgia. It's not Soviet anymore.
But yeah, I know what you're saying. He said, or Shota says, regarding the many worlds interpretation, is it simply a mathematical framework we use to describe quantum behavior and apparent wave function collapse? Or do you think it represents an actual physical process in which the universe truly branches into separate real worlds?
Yeah, how real are these other world
these many worlds?
Yeah, it's a great question. So the way I like to think about it is we have an equation, the Schrödinger equation. You can read about it in my book, Quanta and Fields, by the way. And the equation makes predictions for what's going to happen. And the simplest reading of the prediction is that the universe branches into these many copies, slightly changed because in one the electron is spinning clockwise, in the other it's counterclockwise, but otherwise the universe is the same. And we live in one of those possibilities. We don't see the other ones, and it seems to fit the data. So then you say, okay, what about all those other possibilities? Should we take them seriously as real? And the answer is, if you take our possibility as real, then you have two choices. Number one, either you take the other possibilities as also real. You know, you treat them equal. They're all there in the equation. I'm going to take them seriously. Or you tell me why I shouldn't treat the other ones as real. And there's a long history of people trying to come up with reasons why the other worlds aren't there. Disappearing worlds theories of quantum mechanics, as Ted Bunn has called them. It turns out to be hard. It turns out to be awkward, and it doesn't fit in well with modern physics. You can try to do it. It's a free country. You know, go nuts. Like, invent all the theories of quantum mechanics you want. Or you can just say, yeah, they're there. I don't care. Like, they don't bother me. They don't you know, like, take up the resources we have in our world or anything. Like,
it's not grabbing a beer in the middle of the night from your fridge. And just correct me if I'm wrong. When we think of what's called the Copenhagen interpretation, that's the many worlds hypothesis, correct?
No, that's the opposite.
The opposite. So describe the opposite.
Copenhagen is the one that was invented by Bohr and Heisenberg back in the day.
And Bohr is the only one who's Danish in that pair.
Yes, that is correct.
So why does he get the name? Why does his hometown get the name of the idea?
He was slightly older than everybody else, and he founded the Institute for Theoretical Physics in Copenhagen, where all this work was done. So,
well, there you go.
He had the money.
Heisenberg was a postdoc when, you know, at this time, and Bohr was a famous physicist. So the Copenhagen puts in the laws of physics the notion of measurement. It says that when you make a measurement of something, a dramatic effect occurs where the wave function that describes the system completely changes. The real hardcore Copenhagen philosophy is that there is no such thing as what the system is doing before you measure it. The whole of reality consists of nothing but measurement outcomes. That's what Copenhagen actually says.
Okay, I remembered learning that, but I didn't connect it with the Copenhagen interpretation. And that's if we would divide into camps, that's my camp. It took me a while to grow accustomed. Let me restate what you just said. It doesn't even make sense to talk about it unless there's a measurement of it. To talk about a state of a system unless you can measure it. And then the measurement is the reality of what things are. Did I oversimplify that?
No, that's actually quite good. And I'm all about, like, the universe doesn't care about you and your measurements. The universe is just out there, and I'm just going to believe in it. Why not? It's the universe is impersonal, and the word measurement should not appear in the fundamental laws of physics.
Wow, that's cool. I like that. All right. This is Rory L., who says, hello, Dr. Tyson, Lord Nice, Dr. Carol. Rory from Colorado here. Right. The happy recipient of a gift subscription. Wow, somebody gave him a Patreon gift subscription. Hey, guess what? You guys can do that too. Give a gift subscription to somebody else. Buy them a year of Patreon.
And by the way, that's a cheap-ass subscription.
It really is. But you can make somebody really happy for not so much money.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Dr. Carroll, which science discipline do you rely upon the most when studying a possible multiverse, or is it a combination? Thanks.
And throw philosophy in there as well as a branch of thought.
Why not? Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I presume that the question is referring to, like, is it mostly a philosophical question or is it mostly a physics question? Or
is it mostly quantum physics? Or relativity physics. How about that? Add that in there.
Sure. There's also, different parts of physics are also very relevant here. But this is exactly why I chose to title myself Professor of Natural Philosophy, because I don't think that there's a boundary or a dividing line between the philosophy of it all and the physics of it all. You are never going to invent quantum mechanics by sitting around in your armchair thinking about how the universe would be, right? You needed experiments that giving you data that you couldn't otherwise account for, and that's what led us to quantum mechanics. But then quantum mechanics leads us to this idea of many worlds happening every time you make a quantum measurement, and philosophy becomes super important for accounting for that, for understanding that. The physicists, bless their hearts, have done a terrible job. Most of them just live in denial and don't even want to think about this. And it's kind of an embarrassment, but the philosophers have at least taken up the challenge. I don't think that we're done yet. I don't think we have a perfect understanding of everything. That's good. That's good for me. Full employment for me and my graduate students. We still have things left to do, but I think you need them all. There's no one answer there.
As everyone from the South knows, if you say bless his heart, the next thing isn't going to be a nasty insult.
Well, yeah, in the South, bless his heart means F you.
No.
They're just, they got it down to a science. The most polite F you possible.
Bless his heart.
Bless his heart. This is John Mayer. He says, hi, I'm John from San Diego. And listen, every episode I listen to, it's my jam. Thank you, dear Dr. Tyson and Dr. Carroll. And
can we advertise that?
What?
Start Talk. It's your jam.
You should. He says, Dr. Tyson, Dr. Carroll, and the energetic Lord Nice, please help me understand how a photon traveling between stars experiences no time, yet also has a wavelength pattern and changes over space and time. Is the wavelength a function of the photon, or is it a display function of the space-time medium within which it is traveling within, or is it even something else?
Ooh,
what a great question.
People love this question. I get this question. It's and they don't like the answer, which is that photons don't experience things. They're just single particles. Electrons don't experience things either. I think that we get in trouble because we are complicated creatures, right, with senses and memories and things like that. And so we have a feeling for what it is like for time to pass. And that wouldn't apply if we were moving at the speed of light, because then no time would pass. But when we talk about the wavelength of a photon or its path through the universe, we're not talking about its inner experience. We're not talking about its first-person point of view. We're talking about what it looks like to us. The photon passes us by. It has a wavelength. It has a path.
So it's all about us.
It's all about us. In that case,
it's all about us.
Well, even better, it's all relative, as Einstein would have said. It's
Correct.
relative from what the observer sees to the photon.
It's relative to the observer. Yeah, and it's also about the math, because that's the thing that the photon is a particle, but the math is why it doesn't experience time. It has no mass, and it's traveling at the speed of light. So there is no time. There just isn't.
That's right. It travels through a path in space-time that takes it no time from its point of view.
Right.
Okay. However, if you look at muons, a muon knows when to decay.
Oh, that's right.
So it must have an internal clock. For you to just say a particle, and you even mentioned electron, doesn't care about time. If I'm a decaying particle, I do care about time.
Ooh.
So there.
Ooh, that
You
was...
guys got to stop anthropomorphizing elementary particles.
Muons say, you ready to go? You ready to jump out of this
That's
one?
right.
Let's go together. Hold hands.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah, there is time that the extent of a muon's path through the universe does include a passage of time, but the muon as an elementary particle has no hopes or desires. Sorry.
Poor muon.
All right, time for one last question.
All right, this is Ben Grund. He says, "Hello, smart people. Ben from Novi, Michigan. I think Sean helped me understand entropy best in his books and lectures. Charles Liu made an interesting comment recently that time can be measured by entropy. I was wondering, is entropy creating...
We need to get a convoy with essential materials to the railway. Can you plan a route from the western tunnel to the railway? And while you're at it, there is something else you could do, if you're feeling particularly industrious. A train got derailed by the earthquake and is kinda in the way now. If you can move the carriages and cargo off the track, that should clear the way."
time in some strange way? Thanks for all the blown gaskets.
Brain gaskets.
Exactly,
Brain gaskets.
exactly.
And let me add some extra punctuation in that question. If entropy goes up with the passage of time, allowing us to deduce the arrow of time by seeing systems left to themselves as we watch entropy rise within them. Could it be that entropy goes up no matter what the universe is doing, even if it were recollapsing? Or is the entropy intricately connected to an expanding universe? So that even if we recollapsed, the entropy would continue to go up.
As far as we know, there's no connection between whether entropy goes up and down and whether the universe is expanding or contracting. You could have it any way. There's an empirical fact about our universe that entropy was low when the universe was relatively tiny and has been growing ever since. But if it started collapsing, we expect that entropy would still be going up. toward the future. But and that's part of the actual answer to the question, which is that you have to distinguish between time and the arrow of time. Time could exist without an arrow. And the fact that entropy provides time with an arrow doesn't mean that it explains or accounts for time itself. Like here in this room where I am, if I take my coffee mug and I let it go, it falls to the ground. It falls down. It doesn't fall up. There's an arrow of space here in the room. There's a clear distinction between up and down. But it's because the Earth is beneath my feet. It's not because the Earth is creating space. The Earth is just distinguishing between two different directions in space, up and down. That's what entropy does for the universe.
I like that.
That's great. That was really good, man.
But wait, but if we recollapse and the whole universe then occupies a small volume, isn't that necessarily a lower entropy universe?
Nope.
What? What? No, don't leave me hanging. We have to end now. You can't leave me hanging like with a nope.
We gotta go. All right, bye everyone.
It was like a take it easy. Bye. Have a beautiful time.
We learned from statistical mechanics where you have this like blob of gas and you just let it go, and then it will expand, and its entropy will go up because there's more places the particles can occupy,
right.
and it's not contained within a volume. If the universe is shrinking, the whole universe is in a smaller and smaller and smaller volume. How could you tell me that universe can also have an increase in entropy?
Do you think eggs are going to start unscrambling just because the universe starts shrinking?
Yes.
Please don't think that, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay.
No, that makes sense.
All right. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
The eggs are broken. They're in the Bain Marie, and that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, you've scrambled them up.
All right.
Just in case there's anyone who really wants it out there, I mean, Neil's given a very good reason to think that entropy should go down. And the secret to, for a little bit more technicality, because it's the end of the podcast, we should care about phase space, not space. That is to say, we should think about both the positions of particles and also their velocities. So the positions of particles are indeed going to get squeezed together if the universe collapses. But the velocities are going to spread all out and do crazy things and increase the entropy of the whole configuration. And in fact, it's going to look wildly inhomogeneous with black holes and empty regions, and it's going to look nothing like our early universe looked.
Wow. Man, you're good.
I'm old. I've done this before. Not my first rodeo. What can I tell you?
So, Sean, quantum and fields, that was 2024?
That was 2024. And the one I'm supposed to be finishing up right now is called Complexity and Emergence 2026.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Look at that.
And after that, that's the Trinity of the universe. You're done.
Yeah.
You can go to Bahamas.
I figure the trilogy format worked well for J.R.R. Tolkien. It should work well for me too. So I'm waiting for the adaptation.
And then you escape to Middle Earth and all is well.
Right.
We find you online with the Preposterous Universe.
That's right. And a lot of my work these days, talking out there, is in the podcast format with the Mindscape podcast. Yeah.
Mindscape.
Right, Mindscape.
Excellent. And how often do you drop those?
Every single week.
Wow.
Once a
all
week.
right.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice. And at least some of your fans came through us to get back to you again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we were delighted by that.
Podcast pros. Yeah.
Well, Sean, delighted to see you again. Next time I'm in Baltimore, I'll give you a call. I was there actually a few months ago. I just forgot to call you. Don't.
It's going in your permanent record.
He's like, you don't really have to tell me that.
That's true.
That's something you can keep to yourself. You know what I mean? Yeah.
100%. Next time we're on the podcast, he's going to be saying, "Yeah, I went back to Baltimore again. I forgot." Strange how I forget every single time.
Sean, delight to see you once again.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Good stuff.
This has been Star Talk, Cosmic Queries. Yet another cosmology edition. I love these. No end of people's curiosity. Mm-hmm. Chuck, you doing good?
Always a pleasure, man.
All
This
right.
was so much fun.
All right. Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're a personal astrophysicist. Until next time, keep looking up.
Welcome, one and all, to the Cool Worlds podcast with me, your host, David Kipping. This week, we're doing something a little bit different. Now, usually, as regular viewers and listeners will probably realize, I speak to my guests in person. So normally we're in the same space, the same room. I can see their reactions and feedback off them in real time. But today, I'm going to be doing a virtual interview, and normally, I'm very strongly opposed to virtual interviews because I do think you get so much more out of a real-life conversation. But I guess today it just wasn't available for an in-person conversation, fortunately. So the best I could do was have a virtual chat with them. And because of who it was, I decided it was worth doing that anyway. So the reason I mention this is because I am curious, before I introduce who the guest is, what your reaction to this style of interview is. If it doesn't bother you at all, and you think this conversation is just as productive as any other ones we've had in person, that's actually useful for me to know. If you prefer the in-person ones, then that's also good for me to know going forward, so I can really maybe put a harder line on that when I go forward with future guests. So we're going to introduce our guest. That is Nick Bostrom, who of course is a philosophy expert. He's a professor of philosophy at Oxford University, but I think we probably know him in popular discourse for his writings on AI, the existential risks of AI and superintelligence, the simulation argument, and maybe less so in popular discourse, but I'm certainly aware of it, his great work on anthropic reasoning. So anthropic reasoning is actually a topic I'm deeply interested in at the moment. I've been doing a lot of work and research that kind of touches on this, but applying it to astronomy. And indeed, cosmology has long been using anthropic reasoning with things like the cosmological principle, which is by extension the mediocrity principle, the Copernican principle, which comes into use in astrobiology. So these ideas have sort of bled down and have become a core part of some of the reasoning in science and astronomy as well. So I definitely wanted to spend some time trying to better understand Nick's take and whether his thoughts have evolved on that topic in this conversation. But of course, I think the thing that many of you probably have heard of with Nick's writings is the simulation argument, which of course is the basis of the movie The Matrix and many of the popular sci-fi adaptations, I'm sure. And in this idea, of course, it's a fairly disturbing one, that we all might be living inside a giant computer simulation. And Nick was the person who really put down a kind of formal, rigorous argument to justify why this could be the case. And I've written a little bit about this in my own research, but Nick's really the expert on it, so I'm going to defer to him in this conversation. And I know that many of you, not all of you, but some of you, are really unsettled by the consequences of this argument. Some of you maybe just completely ignore it and say, I don't like that, so I'm just going to completely throw it away. I'm not going to ingest it into my my personal philosophy of the universe. But I do think some of us, when you read Nick's writings and you take it seriously, it leaves you with an unsettling taste in your mouth at the end, like, oh my god, like, is this real? Could we all be living in some computer simulation? What does this mean for my life? It is an existential question. So I definitely wanted to talk about that in this conversation as well. Of course, there's a lot more I could talk to Nick about because he's worked on so many interesting topics, and unfortunately we only had about an hour for this conversation. So please, I do apologize. I know there's probably many burning questions you have for Nick that I just simply didn't have time for this conversation. I hope we can get him back on. If this conversation goes really well and lots of people will view it and watch it, hey, maybe we can persuade Nick to come back on and go a little bit deeper into some of this stuff. So if you like this episode, please do, share it around widely, share it to your mom, share it to your friends, and get people to watch it, because that really does make a difference. So without further ado, here is my conversation with Nick Bostrom. It's really a pleasure to have you on at last, Nick. I've been following your work for a long time, so I'm really grateful for the opportunity to talk to you today.
I think it'll be, I mean, I've seen some of what you've done. It's like interesting stuff, so
Yeah, and I thought a common place that obviously you are sort of the master of this, is anthropic reasoning, and it's something I've been getting increasingly interested in my own research. It, of course, has a long history being applied in science, and especially astronomy and cosmology. So I thought maybe we could start there, and maybe you can just explain to the audience what is anthropic reasoning and what kind of problems is it really trying to solve.
Yeah, it's a piece of methodology for reasoning about a special kind of information, indexical information, which is information about who you are, what time it is, or where you are, sort of self-locating beliefs, which raises some distinct puzzles compared to the normal kind of information that just describes the structure of the world. So I think it maybe originally came up in the context of cosmology, where if you have a big universe, maybe it predicts the theory about what the structure of the world is. Maybe it predicts that there are a lot of observers observing many different kinds of environments and histories and so forth. And if we want to derive some observational predictions from that kind of theory for what we should observe, then we need some step from the model that says this is what a large-scale, perhaps infinite universe says, and all these observers observing different things. So what does that actually predict that we should find when we look into our telescope or whatever it is, given that there are so many different kinds of observations that would be made? So that's one place where this kind of anthropics could come in. And then there are other applications in evolutionary biology, in sort of various philosophical puzzles, or simulation theory, which we might get to.
Yeah, I'm curious if you've heard of I think when I was trying to look at the history of this, obviously there's many applications in cosmology, the Copernican principle, sort of one of the versions of this that we use in astronomy a lot. But there's the German tank problem, which I think was, I don't know if this is urban legend or if this is real, but there was the idea that the Allies would look at the numbers on German tanks, and if it was like 327 or something, it had like a digit printed on it, then they used that to estimate how many tanks the Germans were producing to then adjust their manufacturing processes. Have you heard of that case before, or is that just sort of urban legend?
I've heard of some similar thing like that. So that's a kind of a form of statistical reasoning that I guess is kind of parallel to anthropics, in that you think of this thing you're observing as a random sample, and presumably you observe a random tank from...
Color me impressed. When you clean a place, you're thorough. If I ever start a cleaning company, I know who I'm hiring.
from the population of tanks, right? And then you can make inferences from that.
Yeah, and I guess in discussions of anthropic reasoning, there's two tools which often come up in these discussions, and one is the self-sampling assumption, or SSA, and that's, at least in astronomy, I think that's the one that we see being used most often. But then there's also the self-indication assumption, the SIA. I get the impression historically that kind of emerged later, but maybe we could just start by sort of explaining what's different about these two assumptions, and what are there any kind of simple examples you can give us that might distinguish how they vary?
The self-sampling assumption is basically the idea that you should think of yourself as if you were a randomly selected sample from some reference class of observers. In the simplest case, this might be all observers. If we assume that certain things are observers, some are not. And then you should reason as if there was like a kind of uniform probability distribution of you making any particular observation or finding yourself in any of these slots. So if in the context of a cosmology, imagine some theory that somebody has come up with that says that there are sort of, 90 blue planets with people living on them and 10 red planets with people living on them, scattered across a vast cosmos. Now, what should you expect to find when you look at the color of your planet? You should expect with 90% probability to find the thing that 90% of observers observe. And if you find the other thing, then that would be some probabilistic evidence against that cosmological theory being correct. So that's the self-sampling assumption. The self-indication assumption is the idea that you should reason as if you were a randomly selected set of observers that include not just the actual observers that some theory predicts, but possible observers, which has the main consequence that you should update on the mere fact that you're alive, so that the fact that I'm alive makes it more likely that there are a lot of observers in the world. There's sort of more slots for me to have been born into. I'm born in, so probably a lot of people were born into the world, according to the self-indication assumption. And that is relevant, for example, if we look at something like the doomsday argument, which maybe we'll get to. But it also has various counterintuitive implications if one accepts. So I should say that something vaguely like the self-sampling assumption, the first one, I think needs to be accepted to get sort of reasonable results out of cosmological theorizing and other applications, although the exact version of that is still murky. The self-indication assumption is more controversial, and some people accept it and some reject it. And it's less clear whether we should accept that.
That's interesting. Yeah, so the reason, connect back to the doomsday argument that you bring up there, and I'll give you a chance to maybe explain that as well. But my real question about doomsday is that it seems like if you apply this SSA, this self-sampling assumption, you do end up with these kind of catastrophic predictions for the fate of humanity. And I'll let you explain exactly how that works. But if you use the SIA, instead it seems to almost diffuse and cancel out some of those catastrophes. And if the self-indication assumption is on more precarious ground, does that give some wiggle room for the doomsday to be? Because I think a lot of people have like a real resistance to doomsday. It is uncomfortable and they don't like it, and they're looking for a way to diffuse it. So maybe my real question is here: what does the doomsday argument really teach us about these two approaches to anthropic reasoning?
Yeah, I think you're right. The self-indication assumption, the second, was kind of rolled in more or less to get rid of the doomsday argument. Maybe should I first explain just briefly what the doomsday argument is? Maybe it's easiest to explain via an analogy. So suppose you have a big urn put in front of you, and you're told it contains either 10 balls or 100 balls. And in each of these possible urns, they're numbered from 1, 2, 3 up to the total number of balls. So each ball has a number printed. So then somebody flips a coin and selects one of these two possible urns based on the outcome, right? So now you're asked, what's the probability that the urn contains only 10 balls? So you say, well, 50-50, it was like a fair coin. Now, let's suppose you reach into this urn and pull out the ball, and it's ball number 7, right? Then, based on normal, uncontroversial Bayesian reasoning, you should update now. So now it's more likely that that urn only has 10 balls, right? Because it has a higher conditional probability of getting ball 7 if there are only 10 balls than if there are 100. So you update that and you get an elevated posterior probability of that. So that's all uncontroversial. Now, the doomsday argument is the claim that you should reason in an analogous way, but where instead of 2 urns with balls, you have 2 hypotheses about how many, say, observers or humans there will have been throughout human history by the time eventually the human species goes extinct. So let's say one hypothesis is that maybe there will have been, 500 billion in total. Maybe we blow ourselves up with some new bioweapon, in a in 100 years or something like that. So that's hypothesis one. And then another hypothesis is, no, we'll survive, colonize, solar system and live for a long time. Maybe 500 trillion humans will have lived in total. Like, obviously there are more hypotheses, but the structure doesn't depend on that. We can simplify it, just consider these two different ones.
Yeah.
And then we have some prior, like maybe 50-50, like in reality we'll take into account our guesses about nuclear war and bioweapons, and maybe we think probably it will last for a long time, but there's a 5% chance of it ending early. Doesn't really matter. But then the key step here is that now, just as in the case of the urns, you selected this random sample, all 7, and updated on it. So too, should you, according to the doomsday argument, update on the fact that your birth rank, your sequence in all the humans that have been born is, around 100 billion or so. That's the number of people who have lived before you. So that's kind of unsurprising. If there will be 500 billion in total, that's like a pretty typical type of number, right? But if there going to be 500 trillion, then your birth rank would be extremely early. And so just as getting...
the beginning of the story.
So just as getting like a ball as low number as 7 is kind of improbable if there were 100, let alone thousands of balls. So similarly, we should think it's unlikely that we will be so early if there were in fact going to be very many humans. And so then you get this systematic update in favor of doom soon, like hypotheses that imply that there will be fewer people in total will have their probability increased by this line of reasoning. And so that is an unpalatable implication. And so then people have tried to refute this in different ways, historically in sort of the 90s, and like a lot of papers written thinking they have come up with the clever refutation, and a lot of those just failed. They were confused or were easily rebutted. So it's like stronger than it originally seemed, this argument. And this assumption, the self-sampling assumption that you should think of yourself as a random sample, it might seem kind of unmotivated, but in fact it looks like in various other thought experiments and in some scientific applications, it looks like you need something like that to sort of get common sense implications. So then one maybe bad reason to reject the doomsday argument is like we just don't like the implication that we probably will go extinct soon.
We give it a low prior out of just preference.
So that doesn't seem to have much epistemic relevance, but it also seems just counterintuitive. Like it sort of seems a bit fishy that you could get such a strong implication about what's going to happen in the future and how big the risk of new biological weapons are and stuff like that, just from thinking about, your birth rank. That it seems like how can that piece of evidence imply stuff about all these other things that seem so unrelated? That's a little suspicious. And one way to bring it home is if you think of a more extreme version of the doomsday argument. So imagine if there were like Adam and Eve, like the world is created, there are the first 2 people alive, and they know they are the first 2 people, and they can then reason, like they might think, should we engage in carnal embrace? And that like maybe they have been warned that there would be bad consequences if Eve gets pregnant and they fill the earth with progeny. And so maybe naively they would think there's like, if they have intimate relations, maybe there's a 10% chance that Eve gets pregnant, right? So they think, okay, that seems too risky, given we've been warned what would happen. But then they have this kind of doomsday argument thing, and they think like, well, if she does get pregnant and then the earth will be filled with our progeny, there will be billions of people. Like, what's the chances we would be the first 2 in that scenario? So like, almost like 1 in a billion, right? So yeah, so therefore, if you almost certainly won't get pregnant, and so we can go forth, and maybe that's what the snake said, and that seems even more counterintuitive, because it just seems ridiculous that they could be so confident that she won't get pregnant, even if they knew all the facts about biology and like how sort of mechanics of that works. So then, this might be a slightly stronger reason to reject the doomsday argument, that it just seems to lead to intuitively incorrect results. Not that we don't like the results, but that we don't believe the results. So like a more epistemically justifiable ground for rejecting it. But then you think, how could you reject it coherently while still getting sort of the scientific applications to work out? And then that's where the self-indication assumption would be helpful. So if you imagine Adam and Eve adopting the self-indication assumption, they think, well, the fact that we are born would be much more likely if there are many people born into the world, if there are billions, than if we were the only ones. And so it turns out that this initial probability shift in favor of there being many people that you get if you accept the self-indication assumption, exactly cancels out then the doomsday argument shift in favor of there being fewer.
Yeah.
That they get when they update on discovering that they're actually the first. So you cancel out the doomsday argument, which is neat. But then you have a different set of problems.
Yeah, we'll get to those because I want to talk about the presumptuous philosopher and things like that.
Yeah.
But I guess just to, because it took a while for us to expound upon exactly what doomsday is saying, and there are all these disagreements and tensions between these different ways of thinking about this problem. It's an old problem, but what do you personally really take away from all of everything, all the ink that's been spilt about this problem? What do you think is the real lesson from the doomsday argument?
So if we live in a big world, which looks quite likely on independent grounds, it's not then the case that there either just is a small version of the human race or a long-lasting big version of it, but instead there might be possibly infinite, where there is very, very large. Now, if you have that picture, then even if you don't accept the self-indication assumption, just the self-sampling assumption itself would imply that a priori are more likely to be born into one of the bigger species, the ones with more members, because those are all actually existing human beings or observers. So if you're a random sample so if you're a random sample of all of these actually existing beings, it's more likely to be in a big subset than in a small subset, right? Aside from more specific evidence that you get. So you already at that point have this shift in favor of, say, the human species being long-lasting. That then gets cancelled out when you update on us being early. And so that's one consideration there. And I think there is still a bunch of places where I think we are confused about how to reason about these really, the methodology of anthropics, I think, still has points of confusion, and also how to reason about this really big picture. Particularly you start to roll in infinities, which looks like you need. There are all kinds of paradoxical consequences that arise from that, and probably our current thinking is still a bit muddled on exactly how ultimately to resolve that.
Yeah, for sure. If you have an infinitely sized universe, then it's like in monkeys on a typewriter. Everything will happen to some degree. So then, what do these statistics even really mean in that case?
Then you need a measure over that, right? And then you need to define that measure, and
there comes a morning when the world quietly drains itself of color. Nothing catastrophic happens. The sun still rises with mechanical loyalty. Coffee still smells like burnt earth. The clock still ticks with mathematical indifference. But something inside you has unfastened itself from existence. The world continues. You do not. You answer messages. You show up. You laugh at the appropriate intervals. You nod in meetings. You function. And functioning becomes the performance that hides the collapse. That is the cruelty. No one sees it. You can be disintegrating internally and still hear, "You look great." Society applauds those who conceal their own implosion. We reward composure, not truth. We admire resilience, not honesty. Exhaustion rarely arrives screaming. It seeps in like mold behind wallpaper. It spreads across the architecture of consciousness until breathing itself feels like labor. And then the question appears. Not dramatically, not with fireworks. Just a whisper. What if I didn't have to keep going? That question is not madness. It is not moral failure. It is the brain attempting negotiation with unbearable pain. It is biology under pressure. It is the nervous system searching for relief. It is the accumulated weight of memory, disappointment, chemical imbalance, isolation, trauma, comparison, and silent grief reaching critical mass. This is not a conversation about cheap hope. It is about something more uncomfortable. Sometimes continuing to live feels irrational. Sometimes existence itself feels like an error in logic. And yet, staying alive may be the most radical act available to a human being. The human mind is the only place where something can rot without bleeding. If you break a bone, the body announces it. If you burn, the skin testifies. But when thought itself decays, the suffering becomes invisible, clean, socially acceptable. You keep paying bills. You keep replying to emails. You keep showing up to birthdays. The more you function, the more people assume you are fine. Civilization rewards silent endurance. It calls it strength. The psychologist Edwin Schneidman once wrote that suicide is not a wish for death, but an escape from unbearable psychological pain. That sentence remains one of the most accurate diagnoses ever written. The problem is rarely the desire to die. It is the inability to live inside a mind that will not stop hurting. Severe psychic pain is not mere sadness. It is the collapse of internal coherence. It is when the brain loses its ability to generate meaning. The future stops being possibility and becomes threat. Even neutral events feel hostile. Neuroscience confirms what philosophy suspected. Prolonged stress reshapes the brain. The amygdala becomes hyperactive. The prefrontal cortex loses regulatory control. Perspective narrows. Thought loops tighten. This is not weakness. It is physiology under siege. Deep suffering distorts scale. Guilt becomes enormous. Fear becomes omnipresent. Memory becomes weaponized. Everything is too close. There is no distance between you and your thoughts, no oxygen between impulses. David Foster Wallace described it like being trapped in a burning building. You don't want to jump. You simply cannot tolerate the fire. Outsiders call it fragility. But extreme suffering is not moral. It is thermodynamic. Energy overloads the system. The psyche seeks the fastest path to equilibrium. Modern culture tries to treat this with slogans. Stay positive. Choose happiness. Everything happens for a reason. But reason collapses when the brain itself is malfunctioning. Willpower is powerless against a system-wide shutdown. Silence, then, becomes survival. The quiet of the suffering person is not surrender. It is defense. When the noise inside your own mind becomes deafening, the only refuge left is stillness. No other animal contemplates its own annihilation. This is uniquely human. The capacity to override instinct and reject survival. Philosophy has circled this fact for centuries without fully facing it. We speak of freedom and autonomy, of rational agents making choices. But the moment before self-destruction dismantles these theories. In that moment, thought fragments. There is no grand decision, no cinematic clarity, only contraction. A narrowing of consciousness so severe that alternatives disappear. Psychology calls it cognitive constriction. The field of awareness shrinks. The mind loses access to long-term thinking. The present moment becomes absolute. Without psychological distance, there is no freedom. What appears from the outside as a deliberate act is often a collapse of deliberation itself. The moralistic illusion insists that choice remains intact until the final second. But where there is no stable self, there is no real chooser. The suicidal act is not the triumph of will, it is its demolition. And here lies the tragic paradox. What looks like the ultimate assertion of control is often the final reflex of a system that has lost control. The philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer understood something unsettling. He argued that even suicide is an expression of the will to live. It is not a rejection of life itself, but a rejection of intolerable conditions. To end pain is still, in a distorted way, to seek relief. It is inverted hope. There is something profoundly human in that distortion. It means that even at the edge of annihilation, the organism is still searching for peace, not for oblivion, for rest. That difference matters. Human beings do not know what to do with time. When we are happy, we try to stretch it. When we are suffering, we try to kill it. We oscillate between wanting permanence and wanting disappearance. Consciousness is the scandal. We crave meaning, yet we know none is guaranteed. The void does not resolve. It must be inhabited. Jean-Paul Sartre once said that life begins on the other side of despair. It sounds poetic. It is not. It is diagnostic. Only when illusions collapse does reality become visible. When you have nothing left to protect, you become strangely free. Modern society does not allow this stage. It medicalizes every form of sadness. It markets productivity as cure. It converts existential crisis into a branding opportunity. Lost your job? Reinvent yourself. Heartbroken? Glow up. Depressed? Optimize. We have created a culture where suffering feels like personal failure. The result is a new layer of despair, shame for not being well. This is where philosophy becomes survival equipment. Friedrich Nietzsche proposed amor fati, the love of fate. Not passive acceptance, but radical acknowledgement. The willingness to say, this pain is also mine. He did not romanticize suffering. He recognized it as inevitable. The waiting room, the silent Sunday afternoon, the aftermath of an argument. These are not empty moments. They are confrontations with reality. Meaning is not discovered. It is constructed. And construction is slow. One more day is not optimism. It is an operational decision, a philosophical stance. It means continuing without guarantees, remaining without cosmic reassurance. Albert Camus wrote that the real hero is the one who continues living even when logic no longer justifies it. The modern hero does not carry a sword. They get out of bed, and sometimes that is enough. It is not love alone that sustains a person. It is belonging. The sense that somewhere your existence is not an inconvenience. The philosopher Martin Heidegger described the human being as thrown into existence. We arrive without consent, no instructions, no map. From that moment forward, we attempt to justify being here. Many who collapse do not do so from lack of love, but from exhaustion in trying to earn it. Isolation is a slow amputation of the self. Aristotle warned that a person cut off from community is either a beast or a god. None of us are gods. Data supports what ancient thinkers intuited. Suicide rates correlate strongly with social isolation. Connection does not solve problems. It dilutes them. It distributes the weight. A voice on the other end of a phone line can interrupt catastrophe. There are other pillars. Competence. The feeling that you can affect the world in even the smallest way. Repairing something. Cooking a meal. Writing a paragraph. Planting something in soil. Agency restores presence. autonomy matters too. Not grand independence, but direction. The ability to choose something, however small. These three elements, connection, competence, and autonomy, form the structural beams of psychological stability. Remove one, the structure strains. Restore one, the ground begins to reappear. Continuing to live is less about heroism and more about craftsmanship. Small acts, small contacts, small decisions. Philosophy is useless unless it fits inside a body. A human being standing is a human being in relation. Every person is a survivor disguised as ordinary. We move through routines while internally rebuilding collapsed architecture. There is no stable form, only adaptation. The ancient Greeks understood ethos as character formed through repetition. Not belief, not inspiration, repetition. Continuing is not glamorous, it is stubborn. Time, indifferent and relentless, erodes everything. But erosion is also transformation. What feels unbearable today becomes memory tomorrow, and narrative the day after. The mind does not erase suffering, it reorganizes it. Cracks are not defects, they are structural adjustments. Japanese kintsugi repairs broken ceramics with gold, making fractures visible and precious. The object becomes more itself through damage. The psyche works similarly. Trauma can deform. It can also deepen. Not because suffering is good, but because reality is non-negotiable. Existential philosophy suggests that authenticity emerges when we accept mortality as constant possibility. Not as threat, but as boundary. To live well is not to eliminate the abyss. It is to walk near it without surrendering. The Romanian philosopher Emil Cioran wrote that life is bearable only when we do not overload it with meaning. There is something mystical in that emptiness. When expectations dissolve, presence sharpens. Breathing becomes an act of quiet defiance. The sacred is not fireworks. It is survival against probability. You are not broken. You are under construction. The fracture is not evidence of failure. It is proof that you have endured pressure and remain. Light does not enter despite the crack. It enters through it. If this theme resonates personally, and especially if these thoughts feel close to action rather than reflection, speaking to someone immediately matters. A real voice in real time can interrupt what philosophy alone cannot. Staying alive is not a romantic gesture. It is a rebellion. And sometimes, rebellion begins with nothing more than one more day. There are days when staying alive does not feel noble. It feels mechanical. You wake up not because you want to, but because your body refuses to quit. Your eyes open. The ceiling is still there. The air still moves in and out of your lungs. And for a moment you wonder why. Not in a dramatic way, in a tired way. There is a particular kind of exhaustion that sleep does not cure. It is the exhaustion of carrying consciousness, of having to think again, feel again, endure again. To participate in a world that did not pause when you broke. Most people will never know how much strength it takes for some of us just to remain. To answer a message when your mind is imploding. To show up to work when your thoughts are corrosive. To sit at a table full of laughter and feel like a ghost pretending to be solid. And yet, here you are, breathing. That alone is not small. We live in a culture that celebrates visible victories, promotions, transformations, comebacks, but it rarely acknowledges the invisible war, the decision to continue when there is no applause waiting. Sometimes the most radical act is not changing your life, it is refusing to end it. There is something quietly sacred about persistence without witnesses, something deeply human about enduring without certainty. You may feel fractured, inconsistent, tired of your own mind. But the fact that you are still here means something. Not in a cosmic destiny way, in a statistical way. The odds are brutal. Biology is fragile. Circumstances are indifferent. And still, you remain. That matters. This space, these videos, these reflections, exists for people who feel the weight of being alive. Not to offer plastic optimism, but to sit honestly with the discomfort. To name the thoughts most people are afraid to say out loud. If you've made it this far, you are not just consuming content. You are participating in something quieter and more important. A shared resistance against silence. And that is where belonging begins. If these words have met you in a dark hour, if they've given shape to something you couldn't articulate, if they've kept you company for even a few minutes, then you are already part of this. Simply watching helps more than you realize. Every view, every comment, every share tells the algorithm that this kind of conversation deserves space. That depth still matters. That honesty still has an audience. You being here is not passive. It sustains this. But if you ever feel that this channel has given you something meaningful, clarity, companionship, language for your chaos, consider becoming a member. Membership is not just a badge. It's a way of saying, keep going. It helps keep this work independent, thoughtful, and unfiltered. Members often get early access, exclusive reflections, and a closer connection to the ideas as they're being shaped. And if membership isn't for you, the Super Thanks feature is another way to support a specific video that resonated with you. Think of it less as a donation and more as a quiet nod across the room, a gesture that says, "This mattered." But hear this clearly. You owe nothing. Your presence is already valuable. Watching, sharing, returning, reflecting. That is support. Still, communities are built not only by those who listen, but by those who choose to invest in what they believe should exist. If this space feels like yours, help protect it. Not out of obligation, out of belonging. And whether you decide to support financially or simply continue showing up, thank you for being here. Staying alive is hard. Creating spaces for the ones who struggle to stay alive is harder. But together, it becomes possible. One more day, and then another.
This one's from everyone's favorite Alan Fang.
I don't know him.
Why do gingers smell so bad?
Why? Yeah. Did you bow?
I bow.
All right.
How are you?
I am good.
You're good?
How are you?
I'm great.
Good.
We've invested each other. You're the
We
last
haven't.
girl of the group. The final boss.
That doesn't count, does it?
Bowser.
We haven't started yet. Is that the green one?
Nah, it's fine.
Okay. All right.
Pepperoni.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, do you do 1, 2, 3 or scissors, paper, rock?
Scissors. Should we do rock, paper, scissors?
No.
No? Scissors, paper, rock.
Scissors.
Should we do it for him?
Yeah. 3 rounds.
Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors.
Boom!
Oh, it sounds so weird.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Okay. I like to tell dad jokes.
No shit.
I do. I like to tell dad jokes.
Yeah.
He laughs at everything I say.
That was me.
Did I? When? Did I lie? Ah. Yeah.
Whoa, already spilling it.
Thank you.
Justice for staff. Nah, fuck staff.
Ugh. All right. I got a long joke for you because you seem to like those.
I do.
3 guys at a ski lodge, and they didn't have enough room at the hotel, so they all had to share a bed. And in the morning, the guy who was sleeping on the left side says, I had the craziest dream. I got a hand job from a guy. And then the guy on the right side of the bed said, that's crazy, I had the same dream. And then the guy in the middle said, that's weird, I had a dream I was skiing.
Because he was jacking him. Yeah, sick. Ooh. I like it. Yeah, that's good. That's pretty funny. Do you have to call them my dad is dead jokes?
Whoa, he dead, boy, he dead. No more luck.
Just checking.
What?
What?
Do I have to call them what?
My dad is dead jokes. Instead of dad jokes.
Deceased dad jokes.
Yeah, thanks for the punch up.
Yeah. Okay. Was that the joke?
That was the joke.
That was
I can
mean.
do another one. It was mean.
No,
I won't do
no,
any mean
I'll
ones.
do it.
I won't do any mean
No,
ones.
do mean.
I had another mean one.
The dad died in the sea.
Do you want the other mean one?
No. Keep it for the next one.
Okay,
Right? Why did the mafia cross the road?
Why?
Forget about it.
That's so racist.
Spaghetti.
I'm trying it.
Ooh.
Copy. Fuck. Oh, all right. Okay, I want to win this. I really want to win.
You're doing badly then.
I know.
You should make me laugh. Okay, how do you tell the difference between a purebred cat and an inbred cat?
How?
One cat has 2 slices of bread on either side of it. That's the criteria.
Why does Dr. Pepper come in a bottle?
Why?
Because his wife died.
Do you come in a bottle too?
Nah, I use socks.
I've got one for you then. Did you hear about the erectile dysfunction, seminar?
No.
It was a flop. No one came.
I was there. It's the only one. All right. Why did the pirate get cancelled?
Why?
Because he used the hard R.
Nice. Yeah. What's
You
the...
don't laugh.
No,
You don't.
no, I'm dead
This is
inside.
gonna be real. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I told you.
It's just like an awkward tick. All right. Awkward tick. All right, go on.
What's the difference between you and a calendar?
What?
A calendar has dates.
The gloves are off.
I promise there's no more mean ones. Don't cry.
What do you call an Asian dwarf?
Just a small person.
Tiny.
I don't know if I fully get that. Can you explain it to me?
Tiny.
What's the word meant to be?
Tiny.
Say it again.
I'm just squeezing out the racism. How much more? How much more racism can I Let's do the eyes. Can we get the eyes?
I was so close to doing the eyes. No. Dwarf eyes, not Asian eyes. Dwarf eyes are like. Oh god. All right. Is it my turn?
No, it's my turn.
Okay. This will be shit.
Is that another laugh? What do snakes call it when they do 69?
What?
11.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I think it's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
Why don't they teach driver's ed and sex education on the same day in the Middle East?
Why?
Because it wears out the camel.
Because of the humps and the grinding.
How do I make you laugh? What do you like? Can I... No,
Funny jokes.
fair enough.
I got on a real tear for 69 jokes, so...
I like the snake one. That was...
It's good, right? What does 69 plus 69 equal?
100... 100 and...
It's dinner for 4. But you laughed.
Like, I'm so bad at maths. I was actually trying to do that.
It's 138.
All right, it was a joke, Abby. You didn't have to actually do the calculation.
He was struggling. I was trying to help.
I can do basic math. I'll have you know. Smart. I can add two double-digit numbers together.
How do New Zealanders find sheep in tall grass?
How?
Irresistible.
That's actually exactly what I like. All right, good stuff.
Sheep fucking jokes.
Yeah.
That's how you get it.
What do you call a bug that lets you fuck its wife? A cockroach.
That's pretty good. That's good. That's good. Hey, bug, can I fuck your wife? Yeah. What do you call a party with 100 dwarves?
What?
A little get-together.
I like it. I heard about a tattoo place that was giving out free tattoos to women who would flash their boobs.
Is that why you have all your tattoos?
Yeah, it was their tit for tat special.
That's good.
Thanks.
So how many free tattoos did you get?
20.
20. For each tit.
Yeah, I've got 20 tits.
20 tits, 20
like
nipples.
A sick, mutated dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd love to have extra nipples. Is that another laugh? Does that count?
That's actually a tattoo artist.
Just getting you ready.
That's an old joke. I don't want to hear that.
That's gonna be like a whole hour on being a pervert. Like a prison.
Jokes about being a pervert. Anyway, what's the difference between white owls and black owls? White owls go hoot hoot, and black owls go what up, dog?
The commitment, really, that was good. Do you know why I like jokes about cats?
Why?
Because I love kidding around. That's for you.
Okay, this is. I like this one. How do you stop a dog from humping your leg?
Piss on your own leg.
No.
Oh.
You pick it up and suck its.
Hey, nice. I'm a dog walker. That's gonna come in handy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you've already got it poured. Drink.
I thought that one was good.
Clearly.
All right, so okay, so I'm going to the couch for jokes.
Okay.
I haven't seen any of these, but the gang sent me some jokes.
All right.
All right.
All right.
I'm gonna read them one at a time.
Okay.
This one's from everyone's favorite Alan Fang.
I don't know him.
Why do gingers smell so bad?
Why?
So blind people know who to avoid as well.
Still not a ginger.
Look pretty ginger to me. All right, what about this one? Why do they call gingers in China?
Hey, what about my turn?
No.
Okay. Drink.
What do they call gingers in China?
What?
Gross.
That's really funny.
Should I do this?
Yeah, do the accent.
No, I'm not doing the accent. I'm choosing not to do the accent. That was great. We can cut some of the shitty ones out in here. Till all are closed.
Don't touch her, bro.
Oh my god.
He was reaching for something else as well.
No, I wasn't.
I saw that. I saw that.
He was reaching for something else.
This one's from a killer. I'm a fucking loser. No, it's not. It's not.
That's pretty good.
This is a killer's. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Boo.
Boo-hoo.
You don't have to cry. It's only a joke.
You have really nice eyes.
Yeah. Fuck these guys.
Yeah, fuck these guys. You want to get out of here?
Yeah, let's go. That was so shit.
I've got one for you. Do you know what makes cats great bosses?
What?
They have excellent littership. You ask for dad jokes, and then I say dad jokes, and you
This is
scoff
yeah
at
mad.
me.
We want racism, homophobia, and sexism. That's all we like here.
I don't know.
What's the difference between menstrual blood and sawdust?
Oh, one's like fine to get in your mouth.
You can't gargle sawdust.
Yeah. I see where these are going. Do you like moon cups, Andrew? Catches it all in there.
That's fucked. This is from Abby.
Hi.
Did you hear that Viagra is a treatment for sunburn?
No.
It doesn't cure it, but it does keep the sheet out of your legs.
I don't.
I don't get that.
Because of the dick being hard, make a little.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You said out of your legs.
Wait, you don't have jokes? How are you getting angry at that?
Yeah.
I'm trying to include everyone, all right? I got one more to end it.
Okay.
It's still gonna get 10 million views. Not for the comedy.
When is an elf not an elf?
When?
When he's sucking on your then he's a goblin.
Well done. That was great. That's fantastic.
That was
Samantha!
Hello! Oh, yeah! Can I put you in your chair? I just moved into your face.
Oh, it's alright. I'm a lucky woman. It's fine.
We can end it there.
How are you going? Good, honey. Honey. So cute. Alright. I'm like worried about how excited that.
It's 2 girls, 2 cups.
Oh my god.
That's not funny. 20 bits.
Scissors, paper, rock?
Yeah.
Are we doing it for the Americans?
No, not for us.
We're doing it for us.
Yeah. Like 2 girls, 5 cocks.
Cocks? Actually, that was good.
Alright.
Scissors, paper, rock. Scissors, paper, rock.
Okay.
Alright.
Scissoring. Scissoring. Good as well. You got this, girls. Good girl. Slay queen. Yes!
I just spat everywhere.
We love and support.
Okay. You'll go. You'll go. We haven't started. Did you hear about the deaf kid who was getting bullied? Neither did he. Because I started mimicking you of just like the nodding and then I just couldn't stop. This is gonna be a short episode. Oh god.
It's actually ableist. It's
Crawling for pussy.
He wasn't called
To tits.
To tits. Oh, I got a hair podcast.
Why did little Jimmy drop his ice cream?
Why?
Because he got hit by a bus.
Poor little Jimmy. What's happening to your face?
little Jimmy.
Oh my god, this is gonna be like a 20, first to 20 at this rate. We're gonna die. Nip slip.
Nip slip?
Slip of the tongue.
Oh, you already did it. I was ready to cheers.
Oh, you gotta do a shot, Sam.
I did.
Did you?
Yeah.
Out
To
of
do
your
it without-
face.
Why did the business owner become a necrophiliac?
Why?
He wanted a silent partner.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's good.
That is good. Did you hear about the guy who wanted to put his ashes in the salsa?
In the salsa? Like the dipping salsa? No.
He wanted to tear his wife's ass up one more time.
Oh my god.
That's so dumb.
That's so
funny.
I don't even care. That was so good.
That's great, yeah. That's a good joke.
Oh, I just gave you a half and me like a full one.
To the ashes.
Cheers. To the salsa. Did you get that one?
Oh, God. Yeah, run them out. Spittle swallow. Oh, God. It feels weird that we're filming this.
You want to take a breather? We can go now. Alright, we're going to take a breather. What did Priest and Alan have in common? They both get on their knees for daddy.
That's actually a really good joke.
Thank you, I wrote that. Okay, we're good.
How do you know a date is going to end well?
When I saw the lawnmower in their shower.
What?
The lawnmower from the Manscaped Performance Package 5.0 Ultra. Nothing better than a man with a good grooming routine. Am I right, Sam? With the Lawnmower 5.0, you can get a clean shave or trim with none of the hassle or fear. With its upgraded trimmer blade that features longer, rounder, and wider teeth, it cuts through the hair with ease. And it's waterproof, so you can shit, shower, and shave even quicker with less mess. I know it can be scary to go up close and personal with such an intimate area. But with the LED light and dual temperature features for all skin types, your family jewels are in the best hands.
Head to manscaped.com and use promo code YEAHMAD to get 20% off, plus 2 free gifts and free international shipping.
What do Abby and different Abby have in common?
What? They both like a bit of manscaping. You laughed.
Fuck, alright. What do you call squirting?
What?
An acceptable piss kink?
How's the school working here?
I think we broke Matt. Like, I think Matt's brain is genuinely broken.
We're playing footsie on the table. Oh.
She's the sexual one, not me, so.
Oh, wait a minute about that. Thanks, Seth.
Why does Seth cry during sex?
Why?
The pepper spray.
Get away. Get away. That's good.
This is why the ladies of the Mad have pepper spray on our occasion all the time.
Everybody drinks.
Oh my gosh.
I feel like I need to.
Yeah. That's one. Oh. Put your jokes. Put your jokes in between your toes. Another 4 cent no today.
Sorry, but I was about to make a real racist joke. Oh wait, I'm Sammy. She does that. Never mind. What's the difference between $1 and £1?
Or what?
I didn't dollar your dad. I don't know.
That wig made him drunk.
Yeah, just give me a bottle at this point.
I love this wig.
Oh, I hate this wig.
What do you call a gay dinosaur?
What?
Megasaurus.
I just spat and I have hair in my mouth.
Oh my God.
What was that? What was actually that? What the fuck was that? Did that actually just happen? Was that real? It's under your fucking chair. Fucking dickhead.
Who the fuck was that? Sammy.
I thought you really did that, and I was like, I don't know how to save her. Like, no, you've obviously just shit on the shit.
And we thought it was gonna be you shitting. Technically, it was.
You did that.
Who did this? Who was it? It was fucking one of us.
Oh, I can't.
You can see it. One more thing.
Oh, the Wilson.
You talking shit on my feet? I'm good. Go on, man. Go on. Do it. I hear you talking shit. I hear you talking shit. Restart it.
Oh, that's when you get.
I could see that.
Look good.
No. Oh,
You're mad.
Jesus. But you're mad? I'm gonna take this off you. Where the fuck were we?
You'll go, I'm pretty sure.
No, I said I didn't dollar your dad.
Oh, right.
No, you said
Yeah,
no. My colorblind friend keeps insisting that oranges are yellow. I told him that's just bananas. I really like that one.
Savvy, baby.
Different Abby.
Yeah, she is. Fresh Abby. Yeah, it's different Abby, yeah.
You're gonna like this one.
Okay.
What do you call a lesbian with braces?
What?
A box cutter.
That's a cracker.
Fuck, I suck at different Abby.
No, you're fucking nailing it. At any given time, the urge to sing The Lion Sleeps Tonight is just a whim away, a whim away. A whim away. No? Okay. I like that one.
What do you call an Asian lesbian?
I'm seeing a real tale of ripper jokes, and I'm here for it. What?
Minjita.
I got mad.
What was it?
Minjita.
Like Ming?
Minjita. You eat minges? Minjita.
She does. Very well, I have to say. No one caught that. This is fun. We should do this up. Fuck this up. How about I have so many good ones that.
Do it.
Let's get through them.
Fine.
Oh. I would love to break this up again.
Okay. A depressed alcoholic gets sentenced to jail. He was served on the rocks. No? Okay.
Get it.
That's Sam's catchphrase.
What type of doctor treats transgender men?
What type?
A gynecologist.
That's a good joke. I really like that joke. That's a fucking good joke.
I don't have any joke. You have any joke. How much full? How much is that?
Where is our alcohol? Where is my ring?
Sam wins.
No! What the fuck?
You don't. What's Sam?
Which Sam? You have to say Abby wins.
Abby wins.
Sam and Abby. Sam goes to me, have you got any more trans jokes? I was like, actually, yeah.
What happened?
Come on. We thought it would be better if you dressed up.
Well, you want the spotlight.
Seriously.
You look nice.
Are you Henry VIII or Henry the ate too much food?
Hey.
Hey, don't keep punching him when he's talking.
Hey, look, he's got a Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon Bonaparte.
All right, you got more. You just run them. You got more.
No problem.
Have you ever queefed?
No. Sorry, that's a really boring answer, but I literally haven't.
Never had sex at a weird angle and they're pulled out. There's like a.
No.
That was such an accurate queef.
I've heard a few queefs in my day.
Michael Winslow.
Yeah.
That was more of a fart. That's better.
I think women are just telling you they're queefs. And it's just like a ripping mad fart. Yeah, that's a queef, dude.
No.
Also, the sentence ripping mad fart.
You've heard it here
That's
first.
a mad fart. You just high
You've heard it here
five.
first, folks. Abby has not queefed.
Sorry. Why am I apologising?
Now for the news.
Sorry.
Now back to you, Alan.
And tonight on Queef Watch, we will be looking at Abby's mother and father and asking them who they queef better. And now time for the sport.
Slime, please review your text messages. Hey dude, it's... Oh, sorry.
You're meant to read it.
Oh, sorry, guys. Hey, dude, it's Slime. Was told you might be able to help with. So it's a briefcase, a horse, a mushroom, and a hat. But it's more the horse and the mushroom. The horse, because the steroids make you a stallion, right? And the mushroom is the coke. So
The mushroom is the coke.
yeah,
Of course.
it's going to be made.
You're not going to...
I mean,
Wait, so what's the bag?
The bag, I just put an emoji con in there.
Yeah.
Oh, so the bag wasn't the coke and the mushroom wasn't mushrooms. The bag was nothing. The horse, which is notoriously for cat,
playing 40
is
chess,
for steroids. And then the mushroom was for the coke because that makes more sense than the bag being for the bag. Gotcha.
But imagine you're a cop.
Total sense.
That's what a cop's thinking right now. He's confused, you're confused, you don't know where the fuck you are.
fine.
You're overthinking it, Abby.
It's the most coded message we've seen
But it's
so far.
also not coded because he still includes all the normal emojis that are used for normal drugs. He's just swapped their meanings
I will
around.
say the suit sells a lot of it because I'm just looking at the suit and I'm feeling drawn to. Whoa.
Yes, slime!
Yeah! My boy Slime! Whoa! Slime! I'm just gonna pop out a pose for a second.
Doing lunges.
He's warming up. He's got a section in 20 minutes. He's trying to prepare for. Hey. Oh, I can't spell. Fuck. Hey, can I? Okay. The
YMCA.
No. This year, the girl that no one knows the name of sounds like not a church, but a
Chapel. Chapel Rerun.
Yeah, and the big song was not cold, but
Hot.
not from, but
Two.
and not when. No. Stop.
Go.
Yes.
Hot to go.
Say it all together.
Too hot to go. Hot to go. Chappelle Roan.
Yes. Next one.
Alan knows the secret to comedy, and I bet the secret's to bed. So a lot of these are. I bet the secret's in bed. Well, there are no secrets in bed.
What's your safe word, Alan?
No! But you know.
We're always using the safe word. Before we started.
How do you know the safe word already?
Oh, that's so good. If you want to know about my secrets in bed, just ask Happy and Sam.
Okay.
They know the safe word.
No.
All right.
Luca, champion.
We already know this answer though. It was just a one night stand. It was a. Why did it not?
Did you fuck her well, mate?
Oh my God, Alan. No. Oh my God.
Right in the cake.
No. If you go out on 3 dates with a girl
Yeah, okay.
and then she tells you that
It's a lot of dates.
she's starting chemo, would you keep dating her?
God. Well, we'd have matching haircuts. That'd be nice.
Would you keep dating
You know what, Sam? I think you've achieved the impossible, and you've asked a question that I don't think anyone's ever fucking asked in this game. In the world.
Would I keep going out with her? Well, a short-term relationship. Sounds pretty fun.
Oh my God!
Sounds pretty fun. I would give that girl the best fucking 3 months she's ever had in her life.
She's not necessarily dying.
Then no.
He's only in it if it's end of life.
Well, I mean, okay, am I in love with this girl? This hypothetical.
In 3 dates.
Rate her bangability from 1 to 10.
Oh my God!
She's a 3.
Oh,
Oh, what?
I would do it. I would do it as like a make-a-wish kind of thing. I would.
Captain Jack Sparrow.
This might be the fucking darkest shit we've ever said on this channel.
Really?
You're talking about the bangability of a chick with chemo.
Yeah, well, what? They're not bangable to you?
That's not what I'm saying. You also said end of life. You're like, yeah, short-term relationship.
Well, you know. I would, yeah, if I love her, it's like I would obviously keep dating her.
It's 3 dates, dude. Fail. Fail.
Okay, now it's the darkest shit we've ever said on this channel.
But what if I love her? What if I fall in love?
After
On 3 dates? Then we're worried about you.
Whoa. I didn't say I was gonna, you know, stalk her every day if she's fucking
I mean, we're a
rejected
little
me.
concerned.
Okay, it's like, do you want me to go and date the chemo girl, or do you not want me to date the chemo girl? I don't know how to win this. Fucking hell. Maybe. That's my answer.
Oh, good. Very good.
That was just-
It is hard. You picked up
Very hard.
Careful with that card.
Wind cloud. Oh. Explosion. Storm. Sorry. Oh, someone jumping onto one of those big inflatable things that they bounce off. Okay, jumping out of a building on fire. And onto the big thingy that bounces?
Oh no.
Firefighters?
Oh my lord.
Saving it. Oh, is it gonna be some inside joke about something that? Sophie's choice? Pronouncing someone dead.
Tragedy and. What's going on?
I'm sorry.
Do you guys know it?
Really?
Was it 9/11?
9/11.
Round of applause for 9/11.
Bruce, would you rather never orgasm again or never taste food again? I just never taste food again. That's fine.
So you orgasm much. You orgasm much.
What?
You orgasm much?
Hey, you orgasm much?
I don't need to be clearer. Sam! Orgasm much?
Orgasm much?
Orgasm much?
Only a ginger would do that.
My kind of girl. I actually saved 4 gingers from drowning in a lake. Yeah, that's right. I filmed it and I saved it to my hard drive and I watch it every night.
Why?
Also, if you guys think of any comebacks, just let them rip, you know?
Oh, does any of you guys have comebacks based on...
Yeah, I was still waiting for my joke though.
That's what comedy is, dude.
I tried looking for a recipe for biscuits online, but all I found were cookies.
Yeah, I really don't miss this format,
Okay, but wait.
We're
All
back.
right.
Wait, she's got a paragraph. Hold on, just wait.
Shut up! It's quick. They're punchy. What did the chickens say when hanging out with the fellas?
What did the chicken say when it's hanging out with the fellas?
Bukkake!
Oh my god!
Whoa.
Good stuff right there.
Pretty good.
Like, you thought of that in bed last... no.
Bukkake?
While I was in the middle of a bukkake.
You thought of this mid-bukkake?
With my one...
Let me just write this down quick. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh god, not to sound cheesy, but I literally worship the ground you walk on, and if that makes me a stalker, then just call me the CEO of restraining orders.
Oh.
Is that a position available?
No, please don't stalk me.
Okay,
yeah, all right. Take that earnestly.
I'm ruling out the stalking.
Okay. Just make sure everyone caught that. Yep. Okay.
We're going to stop stalking you. We'll stop right now.
Okay,
I gotta call a couple guys.
Yeah. Hey guys, by the way.
I gotta call some things off.
Yeah, it's not chill, actually.
Hey, this is pretty fucked. All right. Fill your mouth with water along with one other person on your team. Then stand nose to nose for 30 seconds and try not to laugh.
I'll go with you.
No, do it with Sammy. Yeah,
we
can we pick?
Yeah, it's better.
I reckon it's you and Sammy. And you have to have mouth full of water.
It's gonna be tough. We have to make them laugh? How do we do that?
Be funny, maybe, for once.
I guess I asked.
I'm not going to enjoy this at all.
This is your dad!
This is the worst day of my life. I hate this.
We have... Oh my
It's
god.
going to be pretty hard. Fuck.
I'm like, why is your stomach out? What are you doing? You already laughed?
What an obese dinosaur.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. This is the closest the girl has been to one.
Again. We'll do it again.
That was the worst thing ever.
If you were having sex with a girl and you were almost finished, but then she died, would you finish?
What? Okay.
Like you're like 30 seconds from being done.
Fuck yeah, bro.
Do I know that she's dead?
Yeah. She's dead. No one would ever know, really.
Okay, but is there a chance that I could save a life if I don't cut?
No, she's dead.
Like she dies from cancer.
Dead.
30 seconds is not that long.
Oh my god. No.
It's not that long. But to me, it's a very long time.
Okay, that's so bad.
Dead person?
What does that mean?
Look, to me, as soon as they're not having fun, I'm not having fun. So, yeah, thank you.
Not because they're dead.
I think that was worse.
I'll be honest, I really wanted us to take off the whole eyebrow, but now I feel so bad because it looks horrible.
Why? What do you mean by that?
No, don't show me what you're dead.
No, I want to see what That's fucking fucked.
I think you look distinguished.
Oh my god, I can't believe I just did that.
You look, why are you so angry?
You haven't even drunk.
You look constantly angry.
But it definitely grows back.
Yeah, it goes.
How long? How long does it grow back?
2 to 3 years. It'll be back.
No, it will take a while.
How long? Wait, but you literally said it. So how long will it take?
No, you're an idiot. It doesn't grow back overnight. It's not my fault you're an idiot. It's an eyebrow.
How long will it take to grow back?
3 months.
Like months.
What? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god.
What race are you, Katie?
Wow.
I'm half Mongolian.
What?
Mongolian.
You're a Mong.
What's wrong with you?
Pussy.
Sour. Very sour.
Sour strap.
No, very sour. Like natural sour.
Apple.
A natural sour.
A green apple. A Granny Smith apple is sour.
It's a fruit. It's a citrus fruit, but it's natural.
Oh, lemon.
Lemon. Yes. Well done. Apple.
You said apple.
A Granny Smith apple is quite sour.
But what do you think
For a little boy. For a little boy like me, I
Where are you getting your apples?
High five.
2 points. 2 points.
Very good.
Very good.
We're getting better at that.
Oh, cakes are getting bigger.
Guys, final question.
Perfect.
Quick, what do I ask? Final question.
Your cup size. Your cup size.
What's my cup size?
B.
It's frozen.
You put it in the microwave for like 10 seconds.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
His nose is broken.
I'm so sorry. It was frozen. I didn't know. I swear to God.
Your nose was already flat, so it didn't change anything.
My nose is damaged by cocaine, Abby.
Damn, girl. Are you a basketball court? Because I'd love to watch 10 guys dribble all over you. Think you're so fucked, yeah?
Are your cards sticky?
What taste?
Oh no.
What taste?
Oh good God.
It's not even a joke. Like.
This is worse than the fucking dishwasher joke.
What tastes better, dick or pussy?
Can we include that on the internet?
I think people need to know.
I would say girls taste better. Or pussies taste better. Be happy with me using that language. Men don't know how to clean themselves properly.
We have other skills. We have other skills.
We have other skills.
Yeah.
They've yet to be
You could
shown.
say that you clean.
Yeah, why are you
Yeah,
not
no, that as well. That as well.
You got a nice tasting cock, Alan? Is that what you're saying?
No, he's saying he has a bad tasting one. He just said, no, we have other skills, meaning he doesn't know how to clean his dick.
A type of flying thing that we came from Bali on.
A plane.
Move your fingers, yes. And then the biggest airline in the world.
Yeah. Oh, the butt's on my foot!
The Airbus.
No,
Boeing.
yes.
Boeing.
But
that word and then what we flew on.
Boeing plane.
It's too late.
Did we win? We got 3 though. We got 3.
No,
No. You said very.
Rate Andrew's service out of 10 and give us a memory from your service time.
I'll rate each product.
Oh, okay.
That's even better.
MD 10 out of 10.
We just fly the cameras.
Mushrooms 10 out of 10.
There's a kind of a rating under the influence.
This is why it hurt the industry when I got locked up. Keep going, Drew.
Cocaine 4.
And that's the real reason he went to prison.
It's the most expensive one. That should be the best.
He's an actor, okay?
Do you think you would still be with Nikki if she developed a thick Chinese accent overnight?
Like she hit her head and then woke up.
Can you do a thick Chinese accent, Nick?
Yeah, can you just show us?
Yeah, show us
what
what
it
it
sounds
would
like
be
so I can just I can make it up, make up my mind.
That's fine. You can jump in my spot because I don't want to be part of this.
Just so I can picture it.
And look at Hammer.
Do you still find me sexy?
What did she say?
Translate. Can you translate that, Aaron?
I think she was asking what the weather was like. Say something, say another sentence.
What did you say? I missed it.
I gotta do it twice.
I'm absolutely obsessed with you if you sound like that. That's great.
Which OG is the most annoying?
Okay, let's just start down here.
Okay, very quick movement. That's maybe
perfect,
like over
maybe.
here.
Off the charts.
And then
Alan definitely.
What?
yeah.
Shut the fuck up!
Yeah, that's exactly why.
But I don't agree.
Between you two, but
You're saying you're the least?
yeah.
I think Sam would be least, and then
Probably.
I have my moment. I'm happy to go middle. What are the categories?
It's not what you think.
Who is the most annoying OG?
Oh, this worked out
This
perfectly.
would look bad.
I already know it's this one. Which OG is secretly the best in bed? We are thinking that Alan's number 2. Come on, folks.
Secretly?
Come on, folks.
Secretly?
Come on, folks.
No one knows.
It's the best kept secret in the history.
It's such a secret, even Alan doesn't know it.
I don't even know. I don't even know.
Don't tell anyone, but Alan, absolute demon in the sack.
Yeah, we're voting that it's who is the most annoying OG, and we're voting that I am the most annoying OG. Great, love that for me.
If it makes you feel better, it took us a long time to figure out where to put you then.
No, I didn't. I saw you all move me to the end immediately.
I defended you, Abby. Check
What?
the tapes.
What's one gross thing you like to do in the privacy of your own home that's not jacking off?
Oh, thank God.
Well, I don't find that gross, so I wouldn't
Everyone
include
else
that in the
does.
category. In the privacy of my own room.
Home, but I do suppose you live with your parents, so I
That
hope
will be
home.
removed from the edit for reputational reasons.
Nothing wrong with that, man.
Actually, to be honest, yeah, this couch is about 50% also living with
Everyone
parents.
except me lives with their parents.
And it's cool.
Yeah, we love living at home.
Our parents live with us. Okay. I'm not gay, but Hamo is.
He's got you there.
Got him!
He's got you there.
And if Hamo asks, I'd give it a crack. So.
Oh, so that's great.
He is gay.
That's nice. Open-minded if I suggest it. So, I mean.
I was like,
Blow his
I'm not gay, but Hamo is.
That's the best word economy. That's so funny.
I don't know who this is, so what am I supposed to just go up to dudes and just float it?
Send a message to your gay community fans right now. What do you want them to?
Boys, I know, fellas, I know from when I used to sell drugs in Darlinghurst that I was already an icon of the gay community. One of my favourite times of the year was Gay Christmas for Mardi Gras. It's great to still be popular among you guys. See you out in the streets.
I was the most straight.
Good on your legends and
boys, like.
see you on the footy field, lads.
And go.
Okay,
he died. So
the
One
band,
Direction.
One Direction.
Oh, Lin Payne died.
Oh my god! Oh my god, I can't believe we won that. Oh my god, that's so good. This is the best.
Happy New Year.
You've ruined my fucking year, you know that? You've ruined my fucking year.
I once bullied a disabled person.
I was much younger, and all I did was, and at camp, we were all sitting at a table, me and my friends, and they were walking past, and I said, "Hey, Miranda, do you want to come sit with us?"
It was a girl as well. You bullied a disabled girl.
And then she looked over, and then she said, "What?" And then I looked away, like, don't talk to us or whatever. That's the bullying. See, I'm a good guy.
Oh, don't look.
Sounds like we've got someone disabled right here.
Don't bully me, man. God, you're such a bully.
I'm pro-disabled. I think everyone should be disabled, okay?
The show at the moment feels like a low-budget show named One Guy, Two Pussies, a Woman, and whatever Abby thinks she is. Let's break this down.
Yeah, who's the...
One guy, two pussies, a woman,
We're the pussies.
and whatever Abby... I think I got off the best in that, to be honest.
Probably.
We're the pussies.
Well, yeah.
pussies.
Yeah.
You're the fucking pussies.
On this episode of Keeping Up with the Pussies,
I'm feeling real dry right now.
God. Oh, I wasn't going there, you freak.
We were just having fun, giggling.
So when Alan came to Bali, because he'd never been, he asked us, when you go on the back of a Gojek, which is like the motorbike riders, when you go on the back, you asked, where do you hold onto? And we told you that you hold onto the driver.
That's what I did.
I know. So, for 6 days straight, Alan was getting on the back of all these guys' bikes and just wrapping his arms around like this. You're not meant to.
And we do have footage.
We have footage. We should put that in this edit.
Dare get an awesome new tattoo from Nikki.
That sounds so exciting.
Awesome.
Scissors, paper, rock.
Fuck!
Those are the rules of the game. Why don't we give Abby a round of applause for doing the
already,
tattoo?
fuck me!
Yes! What a game!
Okay, and jump cut.
All right, we ready? Mm-hmm. Please don't fuck it up.
Oh, that looks fucked.
Alan, that's not funny. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? No, guys, do not.
Do that.
I will actually fucking storm out.
That's what's not to do.
Yeah, maybe if they weren't screaming.
A few moments later.
It's really cute. You ready, folks?
Oh! That's actually good.
Thank you, Nikki.
Yeah, let's give a round of applause to Nikki.
Yeah. No, we honestly should. You nailed it.
It's getting to the point where I think Sammy might actually be as dumb as everyone says she is.
Sorry.
I have a feeling
Did I say that wrong?
Sorry, just one more time. How do you say says?
Says?
Are you calling your sister or?
You're talking about a canal?
Yeah,
A-Y.
but that's how it's spelled. It's spelled A-Y-S.
Everyone says
with
it.
say
Oh my
and
God.
says.
You are the idiot.
Says. This is insane. I've just learned this here today.
Now, do your mommy and daddy know you're here?
Oh my God, Alan.
That was a joke about Hush.
I think her daddy's right here.
Do you think I'd be pretty if I shaved my ginger hair?
Off.
Yeah. Would I finally gain your approval?
I think you're a pretty girl, but I don't know if that, Sinead O'Connor look would be good for you. Unfortunately, I'd probably say no.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't hate gingers that much.
Hair color is much smaller quotient of attractiveness than just having no fucking hair at all.
Okay.
If the OGs went skydiving and one of our parachutes failed, who would you want it to happen to?
Oh my God. Oh, it's me, I know. You don't even have to fucking say it. Yeah.
It's my girl.
That's my girl. I hope you die.
I will say from a technical poetry standpoint that Shivani did have a better poem. I'll say that much. But do
I
we?
did just write this one.
I wasn't done talking.
Oh my god,
You get so catty sometimes.
It was weird because I was done talking as well. I just wanted to say it.
You really don't move, so I only ever get this section. Thank you.
Join our team.
Jordan, come on.
You guys are recruiting?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Fuck!
What's up?
Yeah. We like.
Oh yeah, you go.
Magic.
This feels.
That's my boy.
I fucking love this thing.
Let's go! Well, this is fine then. Get handcuffed to a teammate. I don't have one, so.
Oh. Maybe I join Abby's team.
The world's hottest gummy bear.
Side effects, death.
Yeah, it's actually insanely hot. It's 9 million Scoville hot.
I don't know what Scoville means, but I'm scared.
Like
900 times spicier than a jalapeno pepper.
Hi. He, on the other hand, looks like he's really trying.
Very good at bluffing.
You're a bad liar.
You want some fucking milk right now. That's what you want. Have some milk.
I think you look like you need
No, I'm
some.
good.
Do you
I'm
want
honestly
some?
good.
Do you want some? I
I'm
don't think you're
honestly
good.
good.
I don't think you're good. You're starting to. Your eyes are going a bit.
No, they're naturally massive. Honestly, it's fine if you have some.
That's condensed milk.
Whoever has had the chili is doing pretty well so far.
Whoever.
It is hard to. It is hard to tell.
You should probably have something. Have some of the cheese.
I'm actually good, bro. I think you need it.
I'm good.
My final vote in this game is that the person who had the world's hottest gummy was in fact Nikki. So now will you two reveal who of you actually had the world's hottest gummy?
Damn!
Fucking hell.
That is so impressive.
That is so impressive.
That is so impressive. How the fuck did you do that? How did you do that?
I don't know.
Now it's time for us to count down to 1 million.
Woo! Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
There we go. He's got the sunnies on.
He's a fan. He's a fan.
This looks like an ISIS audition.
Sorry, an ISIS audition.
I would love to be a terrorist.
I would love to be beheaded.
Yeah. I'll do anything.
72 virgins.
There's a new world track
Sign me
tonight. I'd
up.
love to take it down.
Akela,
Got name.
the Sri Lankan, watching you.
That's all he's got to say, you know. You're welcome in ISIS, by the way.
That's your boy. I adjusted my Bumble settings to worldwide and ended up matching with someone from New York. I then flew 21 hours to meet them for our first date. But to my surprise, it was just a casual lunch as they brought their friend along.
Whoever this belongs to, I'm so embarrassed for you.
What is that? What is that stare?
Story.
It's gotta be.
What do you think, Hamo? It's not me again. I'm not that desperate and pathetic, okay? I don't even know that you could go global with these settings. I reckon it's definitely one of these loser chicks.
Yeah, mate. Lonely women. Yeah, one of these fucking
Lonely women.
Wait. Sorry. I just remembered something.
Yes? Memory.
Alan once told me a story of him flying to New York once, but I can't. There was no mention of a girl.
That
Oh
sounds like
my
an Alan
god.
story. It could be,
this
Alan.
changes things.
Does that change things?
Like I'm changing my vote based on that. To you.
But everyone had the votes on you.
We didn't even question whether it could be Sam.
Yeah, but I would.
And she travelled all the time.
She goes to
had
Bali all the
money.
time?
Yeah, she had not all the
I'll
money,
be
but
honest,
she had.
I reckon you can probably get a date locally.
Thank you, Killer.
Yeah, like even in this room, like maybe even in this studio, even in this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, there might be someone right now.
Somewhere.
Why don't you change your settings to 10, feet?
Alan, do you deny?
10 foot.
Do you deny
Of
it's
course
you?
I deny. Of course I deny.
But you have been to New York?
No, I've never been to New York.
You swear on your life you've never been to New York.
I swear on my life, I've never been to New York. I wish I went to New York.
I went to New York recently and it was 23 hours.
Maybe it's Rodney. My vote's Rodney now.
This person went pretty quick. I wish I got that flight.
I think it's either Hamo or Sam.
I think it's Alan or Abby.
Weirdly, my gut instinct is Sam.
Mine is
you think
too.
so?
Yeah, I just feel like that'd be a
Promise
funny thing
not.
for you to do.
Promise not.
Yeah, I
She
feel like
promised
you
not.
would do that just for the like.
Definitely
the-
not.
Oh, we're gonna look at it. We're getting word from our producers. We're,
Break it.
yeah. They're saying we're gonna wrap it up.
We're gonna wrap it
We're gonna wrap it up. We're gonna judge. What do you say? Who do you say? Hemo?
Yeah, this is tough.
I'm gonna go Alan. Okay.
Alright, I'm
Alan.
gonna stick with Andrew because that's my first opinion. And as I said before, I'm not changing my opinions after my first thought.
Oh my god, we can't do this for every game. You already do it for Guess Who.
Sherlock that in.
Yeah, that's Sherlocked in.
Oh fuck's sakes, we killed that.
I think Alan.
I think it's Andrew. I think it's Hamo.
Oh, whoa. Okay, here we
Okay.
go.
Oh.
Deadline or whatever.
Do you promise that you didn't go to New York
promise you, I
ever in
prom-
your whole
ever, I
life?
swear.
And if you did, you'll give me $1,000.
Sure.
No, say it.
I will give you $1,000
Okay, I bet it's Andrew then.
if I've ever been to New York.
Okay, I'll give it to Andrew.
The person was Alan.
Oh! It's a game! Fuck you!
Camera, bitch!
Shut up! It's a game!
$1,000.
Shut up!
Have you ever watched guy on guy porn?
Don't look at me.
Yeah, I have.
Why do you keep clapping?
Quite right. This is very ridiculous.
When I was in high school, I watched so much. not that. But I watched so much Glee growing up
Okay.
that one time in high school I told everyone I was gay. I came out, and a week later I wasn't gay. But I came out to everyone, and so in that week I would only be aroused by guy on guy porn. It was like I was in a fugue state. I didn't know where I was or who I was.
We're just watching Glee.
Wait, Glee made you gay for a week, and then the season ended. You were straight again.
Yeah. Is that how it works?
What the fuck are you gonna be? I'm still queer.
If you could go back in time and assassinate one person to make the world a better place, who would it be?
Yeah.
So Hamo's the imposter.
I feel pretty passionate about this. Samantha Walsh. I think that you guys were too cowardly to write it yourself, but you all agree with me?
Yeah. Well, list some of her problems.
Okay. Well, she's constantly plotting against all of us, little pranks.
Constantly filming us all the time.
Yep, all that stuff. I just think
She's like smiling and like giggling and stuff, like so annoying.
Also, yes.
She's not easy on the eyes.
What is up with that?
I swear your spirit animal is a clogged artery.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. That's a great imagination right there.
I've actually had a blood test recently, and I'm pretty much fine.
Yeah.
Pretty much fine.
Yeah.
These glasses, I can't see. Yeah, that was back for you getting one in for us.
Solid shit, bro.
Amazing.
That is-
Oh, you
That is 100% you.
The best trick of the night, mate.
Oh my god. Nature in brackets, kind of.
Okay. All right.
Just no hope.
Okay.
Dog licking up water, licking balls, peanut butter. Cat, dog, and he's eating or he's drinking something. He's getting. The internet's gonna love this. He's getting.
Looking forward whilst that happening.
He's
That's not gonna help, Chloe.
He's licking something up. It's in nature a little bit. He has an idea. Do the environment. What's the environment? Okay, I'm sorry. My apologies. A dog eating.
relationships, career. Hi everyone, welcome to Rick to Post. Rick of Weather Abilities and how his thinkers for centuries. But before we begin, I'd just like to kindly ask Unity. Rick shapes everything about how he sees the world and how he lives his life. To understand Rick philosophically, we need to start with what makes him an existentialist anti-hero, which means understanding both what existentialism is and why Rick fits this category while also being a terrible person by conventional moral standards. Rick rejects almost every traditional value that most people accept. He doesn't believe in God, government, social norms, family obligations, or really any authority outside himself. This rejection goes deeper than just being rebellious or edgy. It reflects a specific philosophical position about how reality works and what matters in life. Existentialism is a philosophy that says there is no inherent meaning or purpose to existence. The universe doesn't care about you. There's no cosmic plan, no destiny, no ultimate point to being alive. Most people find this idea terrifying and spend their lives either denying it or trying to create meaning through religion, relationships, careers, or other commitments. Existentialist philosophers like Jean-Paul Sartre and Albert Camus argued that once you accept that life has no built-in meaning, you face a choice. You can either create your own meaning through your choices and actions, or you can give in to despair and meaninglessness. This is the existentialist condition, the fundamental situation of being human in a universe that doesn't care whether you exist. Rick has clearly accepted that existence has no inherent meaning. He's looked at the universe from every possible angle through his scientific genius and interdimensional travels, and he's concluded that nothing matters in any ultimate sense. There's no God watching, no cosmic justice, no grand purpose. Just infinite universes with infinite versions of everything, all equally meaningless. This realization forms the foundation of Rick's entire personality and worldview. Everything he does flows from this starting point of recognized meaninglessness. When Rick makes decisions, when he interacts with family, when he embarks on adventures, he's operating from the baseline assumption that none of it has any cosmic significance or importance. What makes Rick an anti-hero rather than a traditional hero is that he doesn't respond to meaninglessness by creating positive meaning through noble choices or virtuous actions. Traditional existentialist heroes in literature and philosophy accept that life is meaningless, but then choose to live authentically, to make commitments, to care about things anyway. They create meaning through dedication to causes, relationships, or personal integrity. Rick does the opposite. He embraces the meaninglessness and uses it as justification for doing whatever he wants without regard for consequences or other people's welfare. He's concluded that because nothing ultimately matters, he has no obligations to anyone and no reason to constrain his behavior. This makes Rick a perfect example of what philosophers call radical freedom. If there's no God, no cosmic order, no inherent purpose, then you're completely free to do anything. You're not bound by traditional morality because those moral rules were based on religious or philosophical systems that assumed life had meaning and purpose. Once you reject the foundation, the rules built on that foundation collapse. Rick exercises this radical freedom constantly throughout the series. He treats other people as means to his ends. He abandons family when convenient. He destroys entire civilizations for minor reasons. He feels no guilt because he's internalized that none of it matters in any ultimate sense. The show establishes Rick's philosophical position early and maintains it consistently. In the pilot episode, Rick drags Morty out of school to help with an interdimensional adventure, showing immediate disregard for social institutions like education and family authority. Rick doesn't think school matters. He doesn't think most of what society values matters. He's seen too much and knows too much to take human social conventions seriously. When Morty questions him, Rick responds with dismissive explanations that boil down to, "This is all meaningless, so do what I said." This pattern repeats throughout the series. Rick encounters social norms, legal systems, cultural values, and he treats all of them with the same contempt, because he's decided they're all arbitrary human constructions with no basis in reality. Rick's relationship to science is also philosophically significant. For many people, science provides meaning and purpose. Scientists dedicate their lives to understanding reality and making discoveries that help humanity. Rick has taken science further than anyone in his universe, and possibly any universe. He's mastered portal technology, created life, manipulated time, traveled through infinite dimensions. But this supreme scientific achievement hasn't given his life meaning. Instead, it's shown him that reality is even more chaotic, random, and meaningless than most people realize. His scientific success has led to philosophical despair rather than fulfillment. The more Rick has learned about how the universe works, the clearer it has become that the universe operates according to physical laws with no concern for meaning, purpose, or human welfare. The existentialist anti-hero traditionally struggles with their freedom and the burden of creating meaning in a meaningless world. We see this in classic literature like Dostoevsky's Notes from Underground or Camus' The Stranger. These characters recognize that traditional values are hollow, but haven't found authentic alternatives. They're trapped between rejecting the old meanings and being unable to create satisfying new ones. Rick is trapped in exactly this position. He's rejected all traditional sources of meaning, but hasn't replaced them with anything except hedonism, scientific curiosity, and occasional concern for his family that he usually tries to suppress or deny. He goes on adventures, builds inventions, drinks heavily, and engages in various forms of escapism. But none of these activities provide genuine satisfaction or purpose. Rick's self-interest is presented as almost anarchistic in its purity. He recognizes no authority whatsoever. When governments try to control him, he overthrows them. When intergalactic federations pursue him, he destroys them. When family members set boundaries, he ignores them. This isn't just personality or character flaw. It's the logical extension of his philosophical position. If nothing has inherent value or authority, then all authority claims are equally meaningless. The Galactic Federation has no more legitimate claim to authority than Rick does, which means no legitimate claim at all. Rick lives as if he's the only consciousness that matters, because from his perspective, that's the only honest position. Everyone else is either lying to themselves about meaning and authority, or they're too ignorant to recognize the truth. The show uses Rick's extreme intelligence to justify his philosophical positions in ways that make them harder to dismiss than if he were just a bitter, ordinary person. Rick isn't rejecting meaning because he's failed at life, or because he's ignorant. He's rejecting meaning because he's succeeded at understanding reality better than anyone else, and discovered that reality is fundamentally meaningless. His genius makes his nihilism seem more credible within the show's logic. If the smartest person in the universe concludes that nothing matters, maybe nothing really does matter. The show sets up this dynamic deliberately, using Rick's intelligence as a form of philosophical authority that makes viewers take his bleak worldview seriously rather than dismissing it as mere negativity. Rick's catchphrases and verbal tics reveal his philosophy in compressed form. Wubba-lubba-dub-dub is later revealed to mean, "I am in great pain, please help me," in an alien language. This hidden cry for help beneath meaningless sounds captures Rick's condition perfectly. He's suffering from his awareness of meaninglessness, but can't or won't seek help, because that would require admitting that connection and meaning matter. The phrase also functions as a distraction, a way of making noise to avoid confronting the void. Nobody exists on purpose, nobody belongs anywhere, everybody's gonna die, come watch TV, is more explicitly philosophical, stating the existentialist position that existence is random, life is temporary, and we might as well distract ourselves with entertainment, since nothing matters anyway. Rick's drinking is philosophically significant beyond just being character flavor or comic relief. He's constantly drunk, or getting drunk, using alcohol to numb his awareness of reality's meaninglessness. This connects to a long tradition of existentialist and nihilist thinkers who struggled with substance abuse and depression. When you truly internalize that existence is meaningless, maintaining psychological stability becomes difficult. The awareness that nothing matters can be psychologically crushing. Rick uses alcohol, adventures, and scientific projects as distractions from the void of meaning he's recognized. The drinking, specifically, represents choosing oblivion and numbness over confronting the despair his philosophy generates. Every sip is an attempt to make the knowledge of meaninglessness slightly less painful. The anti-hero aspect of Rick's character becomes clear when we see the consequences of his actions. Traditional heroes make the world better. Even tragic heroes usually have noble intentions, even if they fail. Rick makes most situations worse. He leaves destruction in his wake. He traumatizes his family. He's responsible for countless deaths across multiple dimensions. The show doesn't present this as heroic or admirable. It shows Rick as someone whose philosophical position and radical freedom have made him a monster in practical terms, even if his philosophy might be intellectually defensible. He's right about the meaninglessness of existence, but that rightness hasn't made him good or happy or worthy of admiration. Rick's appearance reinforces his anti-hero status and philosophical position. He's tall and thin, with spiky blue hair and a lab coat stained with various substances. He constantly drools, a visual representation of his lack of concern for social presentation or dignity. He looks like someone who's given up on conventional human standards while still maintaining the energy to pursue his own projects. The lab coat signals his scientific identity, but it's worn and dirty, suggesting that even his primary identity is approached with a kind of exhausted carelessness. His physical presentation tells you immediately that this is someone who has stopped caring about what others think or how he appears to the world. The existentialist anti-hero typically experiences isolation as both choice and consequence. Rick has chosen isolation by rejecting all the social bonds and meanings that connect most people to others. He doesn't believe in the family values that would make him a good father or grandfather. He doesn't believe in friendship as anything more than temporary alliances of convenience. He's too smart and has seen too much to connect authentically with people who still believe life has meaning. How can you have genuine relationships with people when you know that those relationships are cosmically meaningless and that infinite versions of those same relationships exist across infinite dimensions? But this chosen isolation also produces suffering, which we see in Rick's drinking, his self-destructive behavior, and his occasional moments of genuine pain. He's alone because of his philosophy, but also suffering from that aloneness. Rick's position as existentialist anti-hero sets up the central tension that drives the show philosophically. He's probably right that existence has no inherent meaning. The show generally validates his observations about reality being chaotic and meaningless. The universe of Rick and Morty operates according to Rick's bleak assessment. There are infinite dimensions. Horrible things happen constantly. Nothing is special or permanent. But being right doesn't make him happy, or functional, or good. It makes him a brilliant, miserable, destructive person who hurts everyone around him while pursuing meaningless distractions from meaninglessness. The show asks whether Rick's philosophical sophistication is actually wisdom or just another form of damage and dysfunction. The way other characters react to Rick also reinforces his existentialist anti-hero status. His family is simultaneously drawn to him and repelled by him. They recognize his genius and seek his help when they need it, but they also suffer from his presence and his worldview. Morty in particular serves as a contrast, representing a more naive perspective that still believes things can matter. The tension between Rick's existentialist despair and Morty's desire for meaning creates much of the show's philosophical and emotional content. Rick embodies the logical endpoint of accepting meaninglessness, while Morty represents the human need to believe life has purpose despite evidence to the contrary. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Rick's intellectual certainty about meaninglessness sets the stage for understanding the specific philosophy that dominates his worldview and shapes every choice he makes. Section 2. What nihilism in Rick and Morty looks like. To understand Rick Sanchez fully, we need to understand nihilism, the philosophy that dominates his thinking and drives most of his behavior throughout the series. Nihilism is often misunderstood or used loosely to mean anyone who is negative or cynical. But philosophical nihilism is more specific and more radical than just being pessimistic. Nihilism is the position that life has no objective meaning, purpose, or intrinsic value. Moral nihilism goes further, arguing that nothing is truly right or wrong, good or bad. These moral categories are human inventions with no basis in reality. Rick embodies both existential nihilism, which denies meaning and purpose, and moral nihilism, which denies objective ethics. Understanding what nihilism actually means helps us see that Rick isn't just a negative person. He's someone operating from a specific philosophical framework that determines how he sees and interacts with reality. The word nihilism comes from the Latin word nihil, which means nothing. Philosophical nihilism says that when you strip away human projections, beliefs, and cultural constructions, you're left with nothing. No meaning, no value, no purpose. Just existence happening with no point to it. This idea has appeared throughout history, but became particularly important in European philosophy in the 1800s. Thinkers like Friedrich Nietzsche described nihilism as the natural consequence of realizing that religious and philosophical systems that gave life meaning were built on assumptions that couldn't be defended. Once you stopped believing in God or cosmic purpose, the meanings attached to those beliefs collapsed. Nietzsche didn't celebrate this collapse. He recognized it as a crisis that Western civilization would have to confront and somehow move beyond. Rick demonstrates nihilism most clearly through his complete disregard for consequences that would concern most people. In numerous episodes, he makes decisions that result in death, suffering, or destruction without showing remorse or hesitation. This isn't because Rick is psychopathic in the clinical sense of lacking the capacity for empathy. The show suggests he can feel empathy, but chooses not to value those feelings, because his philosophical framework says they don't matter. He's decided intellectually that suffering and death aren't objectively bad, because good and bad don't exist as real categories. They're just feelings that beings evolved to have, not truths about the universe. When Rick sees someone suffering, he might feel empathy in the moment, but his philosophical position tells him that feeling is just a neurochemical response with no moral weight. The pilot episode establishes Rick's nihilism immediately. He wants to collect mega seeds from another dimension and drags Morty along despite Morty having school. When Morty protests that he'll get in trouble, or that this is irresponsible, Rick dismisses these concerns completely. School doesn't matter. Social rules don't matter. What matters is whatever Rick decides to pursue in that moment. Later in the same episode, Rick is completely willing to let Morty potentially die or suffer to achieve his goal. This isn't portrayed as Rick being uniquely evil. It's portrayed as Rick being uniquely honest about the fact that nothing actually matters, including Morty's welfare or education. The seeds Rick collects will eventually become irrelevant too. Everything is equally meaningless, so Rick pursues whatever interests him moment to moment. Rick's scientific abilities actually reinforce his nihilism, rather than providing meaning to counter it. Science for most people is about discovering truth and using that truth to improve life. For Rick, science has revealed that truth is horrifying. There are infinite universes where infinite versions of every possible event occur. This means nothing is special or unique. Every choice you make, some version of you in another universe makes the opposite choice. Every tragedy that happens to you doesn't happen to another you somewhere else. This infinite multiplication of possibilities drains meaning from individual choices and events. How can anything matter if infinite versions of it exist? How can your choices be significant if every possible choice is being made by some version of you somewhere? The episode Rick Potion number 9 from Season 1 provides one of the clearest examples of Rick's nihilism in practice. Rick creates a love potion for Morty to use on his crush, Jessica. The potion goes wrong and turns most of Earth's population into grotesque monsters that want to reproduce with Morty. Instead of working to fix this catastrophe that he caused, Rick's solution is to simply abandon that universe and move to another dimension where different versions of Rick and Morty died accidentally right after fixing the same problem. They bury their own corpses in the backyard and take over the lives of their dead alternate selves. This solution treats their original universe, with their original family and everyone they knew, as completely disposable and replaceable. What makes this episode philosophically significant is Morty's horror at what they've done versus Rick's complete comfort with it. Morty is traumatized by burying his own corpse and abandoning his original universe. He's left his original family in a hellscape and replaced them with functionally identical but technically different versions. Rick acts like this is the most practical solution and doesn't understand why Morty is upset. From Rick's perspective, universes are interchangeable. His original Beth and Jerry are functionally identical to this universe's Beth and Jerry. The atoms are arranged differently, but the pattern is the same. Morty's attachment to the specific universe they came from is irrational sentimentality. This is nihilism applied logically. If nothing has inherent meaning or value, then universes are fungible. Moving from one to another is like changing rooms in a house. The specific room doesn't matter, as long as the function is the same. Rick's relationship to death exemplifies his nihilistic philosophy. Most people fear death because they value their own existence and the meaning attached to their lives. Rick has seen death so many times, in so many forms, across so many dimensions, that it no longer registers as significant. He's died and been resurrected. He's seen infinite versions of himself die. He's caused countless deaths without concern. Death is just another event that happens, no more meaningful than breakfast or sleeping. In the episode The Rick Shank Rickdemption from Season 3, Rick has his mind transferred between bodies multiple times, treating his physical form as completely disposable. His consciousness is what matters to him, not any particular body or life. He jumps from body to body the way most people change clothes. The show often presents Rick's nihilism through his dialogue and how he talks about existence. He makes statements like, "Nothing matters," or describes elaborate events and accomplishments as meaningless. When other characters get excited or upset about things, Rick frequently points out that their reactions are based on illusions about meaning and importance that aren't real. He's not trying to be cruel, usually. He's just stating what he sees as obvious facts. The universe doesn't care. Nothing you do matters in any cosmic sense. Getting upset about things is pointless because significance is a human invention projected onto an indifferent reality. When someone wins an award or achieves a goal, Rick sees them celebrating something that has no actual importance. Rick's nihilism also appears in how he treats moral rules and ethical principles. He doesn't believe in universal morality. Laws are just rules that powerful groups enforce on less powerful groups. Ethical principles are rationalizations people use to justify what they wanted to do anyway. Concepts like justice, fairness, rights, or dignity are human constructions with no basis in reality. This moral nihilism means Rick feels free to do whatever serves his interests without guilt. If morality isn't real, then violating moral rules isn't actually wrong, it's just doing something that other people have decided to call wrong. When Rick steals, kills, or destroys, He's not breaking moral laws in his view. He's just doing things that social conventions have labeled as bad for arbitrary reasons. The episode Autoerotic Assimilation from Season 2 explores Rick's nihilism through his relationship with Unity, a hive mind entity that assimilates entire planets by taking over individual consciousnesses. Rick and Unity have a romantic history, and when they reunite, they engage in elaborate hedonistic activities that harm the planet Unity is controlling. Rick feels no concern about the suffering caused because the individuals being controlled aren't really individuals from his perspective. They're just parts of Unity's collective consciousness. The entire planet becomes a playground for Rick and Unity's desires. Even when Unity eventually leaves Rick because the relationship is destructive and preventing Unity from growing, Rick's response is to attempt suicide in his garage, suggesting that his nihilism leads to self-destruction when he can't distract himself from meaninglessness. Rick's nihilism differs from depression, though they overlap and interact. Depression is typically a medical condition involving chemical imbalances and emotional suffering that impairs function. Nihilism is a philosophical position about the nature of reality. Rick isn't just depressed, though he shows many symptoms of depression, including substance abuse, suicidal ideation, and inability to experience pleasure. He's philosophically convinced that existence is meaningless and has structured his entire worldview around that conclusion. His alcoholism and self-destructive behavior follow from his philosophy rather than causing it. He drinks because he knows too much and has seen too much, not because drinking has made him cynical. The alcohol is an attempt to cope with the unbearable knowledge that nothing matters. The show validates Rick's nihilistic observations while also showing their costs. The universe Rick describes is the universe the show presents. There are infinite dimensions where infinite variations of every event occur. Horrible things happen constantly. Nothing is special or unique. Rick is correct in his observations about reality as the show depicts it. The multiverse operates exactly the way Rick says it does, but being correct has made him miserable and destructive. This creates philosophical tension for viewers. If Rick is right that nothing matters, should we reject that truth to maintain comforting illusions? Or should we accept the truth and somehow live with meaninglessness the way Rick does? The show doesn't provide easy answers to these questions. Rick's nihilism also extends to his view of knowledge and truth. He doesn't believe that discovering truth is inherently valuable or meaningful. Truth is just accurate information about how things are. Knowing the truth doesn't make life better or give it purpose. In fact, as Rick demonstrates, knowing too much truth about reality's meaninglessness can make life worse. This puts him in opposition to most philosophical and scientific traditions that treat knowledge as intrinsically good. For Rick, knowledge is just a tool he can use to get what he wants in the moment. Understanding how the universe works hasn't made him happier or better. It's just given him more power to pursue meaningless goals in a meaningless existence. The relationship between Rick's genius and his nihilism is crucial to understanding both. His intelligence didn't just lead him to conclude that nothing matters. His intelligence makes it impossible for him to maintain the comforting illusions that allow most people to find meaning despite life's fundamental meaninglessness. He's too smart to believe in God, destiny, cosmic justice, or ultimate purpose. He's seen too much of reality's machinery to pretend there's meaning built into it. His genius has trapped him in a clearer view of reality than most people have, and that clarity is unbearable. Intelligence becomes a curse when it reveals truths that destroy the possibility of happiness. Rick's nihilism creates the philosophical foundation for understanding everything else about his character. His rejection of family bonds, his drinking, his depression, his occasional suicidal impulses, his creativity, his cruelty, and his rare moments of connection all flow from his fundamental belief that existence is meaningless. The show uses Rick to explore what happens when someone fully internalizes nihilistic philosophy and tries to live accordingly. The answer appears to be that you become brilliant, powerful, free, and absolutely miserable. You can do anything, but nothing satisfies. You understand everything, but that understanding brings only pain. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Rick's theoretical nihilism has practical consequences, and nowhere are those consequences more visible than in the world he accidentally created through thoughtless science. Section 3. The Cronenberg World as Absurd Consequence. The episode Rick Potion number 9 creates what fans call the Cronenberg World, and this disaster serves as one of the most important philosophical moments in the entire series. Understanding what happens in this episode and what it means reveals how Rick's nihilism produces real consequences, and how his scientific power, combined with his philosophical carelessness, creates catastrophe. The episode begins with a simple request and ends with an entire universe destroyed and abandoned, demonstrating how quickly things can spiral out of control when someone with unlimited power has no moral framework to constrain their actions. The setup for the disaster is straightforward and relatable. Morty has a crush on a girl at school named Jessica, and the school is having a flu season dance. Morty wants Jessica to notice him romantically, but he's too nervous and awkward to approach her directly. He asks Rick to help him, and Rick's solution is to create a love potion. This is already morally questionable, because love potions remove consent and free will, turning romantic interest into chemical compulsion. But Rick doesn't consider these ethical implications. He sees a technical problem that he can solve with science. Morty wants Jessica to love him, so Rick creates a substance that will make that happen. Rick gives Morty a vial of love potion to use at the dance. The potion is derived from vole DNA, because voles are animals that mate for life. The idea is that whoever breathes in the potion vapor will fall in love with Morty permanently. Already we can see the philosophical problems multiplying. Rick is manipulating brain chemistry to create fake emotions in another person. He's treating consciousness and romantic feelings as things that can and should be engineered for convenience. This reflects his view that there's nothing sacred or special about human emotions or relationships. They're just chemical reactions that can be modified like any other physical process. Morty uses the potion at the dance, and Jessica immediately falls in love with him. The potion works exactly as intended. But then, complications emerge. Jessica has the flu, and when she sneezes, the love potion becomes airborne and spreads to other students at the dance. Soon, multiple people are declaring their love for Morty. The potion spreads beyond the school, and before long, everyone in town is affected. Morty is being pursued by an ever-growing crowd of people who are obsessively in love with him. What started as a simple solution to teenage awkwardness has become a town-wide crisis. Rick's response to this problem shows his approach to fixing mistakes. He doesn't take responsibility or express remorse. He immediately starts working on a technical solution. He creates an antidote using DNA from other animals that he thinks will counter the love potion. But he doesn't test it properly or think through the implications. He just makes something he believes should work and releases it into the atmosphere. This antidote fails spectacularly. Instead of curing the love potion, it combines with the flu virus that many people have, and the result is genetic mutation on a massive scale. The people affected by Rick's antidote transform into creatures that the show refers to as Cronenbergs, named after filmmaker David Cronenberg, who is famous for body horror movies. These creatures are grotesque biological nightmares, with distorted bodies, extra limbs, mouths in wrong places, and horrifying appearances. They retain enough human consciousness to still be obsessed with Morty, but they're no longer recognizably human. Rick has accidentally turned most of Earth's population into monsters. This is one of the worst possible outcomes imaginable. He was trying to help his grandson go to a dance, and he ended up destroying human civilization. Rick tries to fix this new problem by creating another cure. He works frantically in his garage, attempting to reverse the Cronenberg transformation. But his second antidote also fails. The situation keeps getting worse with each attempted solution. The Cronenberg creatures become more aggressive and dangerous. Society collapses completely. Rick and Morty are forced to barricade themselves in the house while hordes of mutated humans try to break in. At this point, most people would keep trying to fix the disaster they caused, no matter how long it took. The moral weight of having destroyed billions of lives would compel them to exhaust every possibility before giving up. But Rick takes a different approach entirely. one that reveals his nihilistic philosophy in action. He tells Morty they're going to abandon this dimension and move to another one. Using his portal gun, Rick finds a dimension that is almost identical to their own, with one crucial difference. In this other dimension, that universe's version of Rick and Morty managed to create a successful cure for the Cronenberg disaster. But immediately after curing everyone, those versions of Rick and Morty died in an unrelated accident, an explosion in the garage. This creates a perfect opportunity. Rick and Morty can slip into this dimension, bury the bodies of their dead alternate selves, and take over their lives. This solution is practical from a purely technical standpoint. It solves the immediate problem of being trapped in a world full of monsters, but it raises profound philosophical and moral questions. Rick is abandoning an entire universe that he destroyed. His original Beth, Jerry, and Summer are left behind in the Cronenberg world. They have to survive in the hellscape Rick created. He's effectively killing his family by leaving them in an uninhabitable world, even though they're technically still alive. From Morty's perspective, he's abandoning his real mother, father, and sister, and replacing them with versions who are functionally identical, but technically different people. The show depicts the moment when Rick and Morty arrive in the new dimension and have to bury their own corpses. Morty has to dig a grave in the backyard and put his own dead body into the ground. This is deeply traumatic. He's literally burying himself, confronting his own mortality and the replaceability of his existence in the most direct way possible. Rick shows no emotion during this process. He's done this before, or at least he's considered it before. For him, this is just a practical solution to a technical problem. One dimension became uninhabitable, so they moved to another one. The fact that this involves abandoning family and replacing them with alternates doesn't register as morally significant to him. After they bury the bodies, Rick and Morty go into the house and rejoin this universe's version of Beth, Jerry, and Summer, who have no idea that their Rick and Morty just died and have been replaced. The episode ends with Morty looking traumatized, staring at his hands, processing what they've just done. Rick acts like everything is normal and back to the way it should be. This ending is philosophically significant because it shows the collision between Morty's normal, human moral intuitions and Rick's nihilistic worldview. Morty feels the weight of what they've done. Rick feels nothing because from his perspective, nothing of real importance has changed. The Cronenberg world demonstrates what philosophers call the absurd, a concept central to existentialist thought. The absurd is the confrontation between human need for meaning and the universe's indifference to that need. We want our actions to matter and our choices to have significance, but the universe doesn't care. Rick's creation of the Cronenberg world is absurd in this philosophical sense. He was trying to help Morty with something trivial, a school dance and teenage crush. Through a series of logical steps, each one following from the previous, he ended up destroying an entire planet. There's no proportion between the intention and the outcome. There's no cosmic justice or balance, just random events cascading in unpredictable directions. The episode also explores the limits of control and knowledge. Rick is presented as the smartest person in the universe, but his intelligence doesn't give him perfect control over outcomes. Each solution he attempts makes things worse. This shows that even supreme intelligence can't predict or control complex systems perfectly. The universe is too chaotic and too interconnected for anyone to fully manage it, even someone as smart as Rick. His failure to fix the Cronenberg disaster reveals that knowledge and power have limits. You can understand science deeply and still create catastrophes you can't undo. The choice to abandon the Cronenberg dimension, rather than continuing to try to fix it, reveals Rick's philosophical priorities. He values his own convenience over the lives of billions of people. He values easy solutions over moral responsibility. This is nihilism in practice. If nothing matters, then the suffering of the people he left behind doesn't matter either. They're no more or less important than the versions of his family in the new dimension. All suffering is cosmically meaningless, so minimizing his own inconvenience makes as much sense as any other choice. There's no objective reason to prefer one dimension over another, or to feel obligated to fix problems he caused. The episode raises questions about identity and what makes someone who they are. The Beth, Jerry, and Summer that Rick and Morty live with after this episode are not their original family. They're close enough that the difference doesn't matter for practical purposes. They have the same memories up until the point of divergence. They have the same personalities. But they're technically different people. This challenges our intuitions about identity and relationships. If you're replaced by an identical copy, have you died? Do your relationships continue, or have they ended and been replaced by new relationships with different people who happen to be exactly like the originals? The Cronenberg world also demonstrates how Rick's lack of moral constraints produces worse outcomes than if he had refused to help in the first place. If Rick had told Morty no, that he wouldn't make a love potion, the worst outcome would have been Morty feeling disappointed and continuing to have an unrequited crush on Jessica. Instead, because Rick has no moral framework that would prevent him from violating consent and manipulating brain chemistry, he created a potion that ultimately destroyed a world. His power combined with his lack of ethics produces catastrophe. This is a cautionary tale about what happens when scientific ability exceeds moral wisdom. Rick's decision to abandon the Cronenberg world rather than stay and try to fix it also reflects a pattern in his behavior throughout the series. When situations become too difficult or uncomfortable, Rick leaves. He doesn't stay and face consequences. He doesn't work through problems that can't be solved quickly. He moves on to something else or somewhere else. This pattern of avoidance and escape is consistent with his philosophical position. If nothing matters, then there's no reason to endure difficulty or discomfort. You can simply leave and find an easier situation. Commitment and persistence only make sense if you believe your actions have meaning and that fixing your mistakes matters. The psychological impact on Morty of experiencing this event becomes an ongoing element of his character. He's seen that universes are disposable to Rick. He's learned that his grandfather will abandon entire worlds rather than face the consequences of his actions. He's experienced the trauma of burying his own corpse and replacing his family with alternates. This knowledge changes Morty. He becomes less innocent and more aware of the dark implications of Rick's philosophy and methods. The Cronenberg world serves as Morty's introduction to the true nature of Rick's worldview and what it means to travel with someone who believes nothing matters. The episode creates what becomes a recurring element in the show: the awareness that the family we're watching might not be the original family from the pilot episode. They've already been replaced at least once. This creates an unsettling undercurrent to the entire series. Anytime Rick and Morty are in serious danger, we know that Rick's solution might be to simply abandon that dimension and move to another one. Our attachment to these specific characters is undermined by the knowledge that they might be replaced at any moment. This reflects the nihilistic philosophy of the show. Even the protagonists we follow aren't special or unique. They're just one version among infinite versions. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. The Cronenberg disaster shows Rick's philosophy creating chaos, and this pattern of failed control continues when we examine how his other adventures reveal the limits of even genius-level knowledge. Section 4. Self-knowledge and paradox in Rick's journeys. One of the central paradoxes in Rick and Morty is that Rick possesses incredible knowledge about the universe, but very little knowledge about himself. And his adventures often expose this gap between external understanding and internal awareness. Rick can build impossible technology, travel through dimensions, and manipulate reality itself, but he can't, or won't, examine his own psychology, motivations, or emotional needs. This section explores how Rick's various journeys and quests throughout the series reveal limitations in his self-knowledge, and how his lack of self-awareness creates problems that his scientific genius can't solve. Rick presents himself as someone who understands everything and has figured out all the answers. He mocks others for their ignorance and limited perspectives. He treats his family as intellectually inferior and makes it clear that he considers himself smarter than everyone around him. But this external confidence masks a complete absence of self-reflection. Rick doesn't spend time thinking about why he does what he does. He doesn't examine his drinking or his self-destructive patterns. He doesn't ask himself whether his choices are making him happy or whether his philosophy is serving him well. This lack of introspection is itself a choice, a way of avoiding uncomfortable truths about himself. The episode Pickle Rick from Season 3 provides the most explicit examination of Rick's avoidance of self-knowledge. The family is scheduled to go to family therapy, which Rick clearly doesn't want to attend. Rather than simply refusing to go or having an honest conversation about why he doesn't want therapy, Rick transforms.
We have a few things that need doing here. First up, the old pump station is on its last legs. Could have guessed by its name. Name aside, you could still save it by finding a new pump and some spare parts. Next, we need a reliable source of steel pipes. Take a drive to the concrete plant in the north. One of our suppliers left a truck there, loaded with all the materials we need. Get behind its wheel and take it to the spot I've marked near the steel pipes facility. And if we want things running smoothly, the backup transformer station needs a steady supply of electricity. Drive over there and clear out the area. Then lay the cable to the main power substation.
transforms himself into a pickle. This seems like a random, absurd choice, but it's actually deeply revealing. By turning himself into a pickle, Rick creates a situation where he physically can't attend therapy because he has no arms or legs and can't speak human language. He's engineered an excuse that makes attending therapy impossible. The transformation goes wrong, as Rick's plans often do. He becomes a pickle, but his equipment to turn back malfunctions. He's left as a pickle rolling around the garage, unable to change back and in serious danger. The family leaves for therapy, assuming Rick is hiding somewhere to avoid going. Rick has to survive as a pickle, which leads to an elaborate sequence where he kills rats to build himself a body out of rat parts, fights his way through a criminal compound, and eventually makes it to the therapy session anyway. The whole adventure is exciting and demonstrates Rick's ingenuity in using science to solve immediate problems. But when Rick finally arrives at the therapy session, the therapist, Dr. Wong, sees through his behavior immediately. She points out that Rick went to enormous effort and put himself in serious danger just to avoid 1 hour of therapy. She suggests that this reveals something important about Rick. He's willing to turn himself into a pickle and fight through deadly situations rather than sit in a room and talk about his feelings for an hour. This is avoidance on a spectacular scale. It shows that Rick fears self-examination more than physical danger. He'd rather risk death than confront his own psychology. Doctor. Wong tells Rick directly that she thinks he came to therapy even though he didn't want to because some part of him knows he needs it. She's offering him a chance to examine his behavior and understand himself better. Rick's response is to dismiss her completely. He makes excuses and explains away his behavior in terms that avoid any psychological interpretation. He was just doing something fun and interesting. It had nothing to do with avoiding therapy. This is Rick's consistent pattern. When confronted with opportunities for self-knowledge, he deflects, rationalizes, or simply leaves. The episode demonstrates the paradox at Rick's core. He has vast knowledge about external reality, but refuses to develop knowledge about his internal reality. He can understand how universes work, but won't examine how his own mind works. This is a deliberate choice on Rick's part. Self-knowledge would require acknowledging that his actions have patterns, that those patterns reveal things about his psychology, and that his psychology might be damaged or unhealthy. It would require admitting that despite his intelligence and power, he's deeply dysfunctional in ways that intelligence and power can't fix. Rick's relationship to therapy itself is philosophically significant. Therapy is based on the idea that examining your thoughts and behaviors can help you understand yourself better and make better choices. It assumes that self-knowledge is valuable and that people can change through understanding themselves. Rick rejects all of these assumptions. He doesn't think self-knowledge is valuable because he doesn't think anything is valuable. He doesn't believe people really change. He doesn't see the point in examining himself because that examination wouldn't lead anywhere productive from his perspective. Therapy threatens his worldview because it's based on premises he's rejected. Throughout the series, Rick's adventures often fail in ways that reveal his limitations. He makes plans that don't work out, he creates inventions that have unintended consequences, he pursues goals that turn out to be pointless or impossible. The episode The Rick Shank Rickdemption from Season 3 shows Rick supposedly executing a complex plan to destroy the Galactic Federation and the Council of Ricks. But even this success comes with costs and reveals that Rick's motivations are more complex than he admits. He claims he did everything for a specific sauce from McDonald's, but this is clearly a deflection from his real emotional motivations involving his family. Rick's lack of self-knowledge appears in how he treats relationships. He claims not to care about his family and presents all his actions as motivated by self-interest. But his behavior often contradicts these claims. He risks his life to save Morty. He shows up to family events even when he claims not to want to. He becomes jealous and possessive when family members form relationships with others. These behaviors suggest emotional attachments that Rick won't consciously acknowledge. He lacks the self-knowledge to recognize or admit that he cares about people, despite his philosophical position that caring is irrational. The episode The Vat of Acid episode from Season 4 explores Rick's need for control and how it relates to his self-knowledge. Morty criticizes one of Rick's inventions, suggesting a different solution would work better. Rick becomes obsessed with proving Morty wrong, spending enormous time and resources creating an elaborate setup to demonstrate that his idea was better. This obsessive need to be right and to prove his superiority reveals deep insecurity that Rick doesn't consciously recognize. Someone truly confident wouldn't need to go to such lengths to prove themselves to a 14-year-old. Rick's behavior shows emotional needs he won't acknowledge. Rick's drinking is another area where his lack of self-knowledge becomes apparent. He's clearly an alcoholic who uses alcohol to self-medicate and avoid uncomfortable feelings. But he never acknowledges this or treats it as a problem. He doesn't examine why he needs to be drunk all the time or what he's trying to avoid by staying intoxicated. He just drinks constantly and ignores the implications. This is self-knowledge failure. He can't or won't recognize that his drinking is a symptom of deeper problems that his intelligence can't solve. The episode Get Swifty from Season 2 shows Earth facing destruction from powerful alien beings who demand entertainment. Rick and Morty write a song to satisfy the aliens and save the planet. The plot works on one level as absurd science fiction comedy, but it also shows Rick using his creativity to solve problems while avoiding the underlying reality that he can't control everything. The aliens aren't impressed by Rick's intelligence or power. They just want to be entertained. Rick has to play by their rules, which challenges his sense of control and superiority. His inability to recognize this limitation shows his lack of self-awareness about his own limitations. Rick often creates problems through his lack of self-knowledge about his own behavior patterns. He doesn't recognize that he repeats the same mistakes. He doesn't see how his actions create the very situations he claims to want to avoid. He pushes people away while being lonely. He creates chaos while wanting stability. He claims not to care while clearly caring deeply. These contradictions are obvious to viewers and to other characters, but Rick himself seems blind to them. His lack of self-knowledge makes him predictable in ways that contradict his self-image as unpredictable and beyond understanding. The episode The ABCs of Beth from Season 3 examines Rick's relationship with his daughter Beth and reveals his lack of insight into how he's damaged her psychologically. Beth has internalized many of Rick's values and behaviors, becoming selfish, cruel, and detached like her father. Rick created fantasy scenarios for Beth as a child that might have resulted in the deaths of other children. He doesn't recognize his responsibility for shaping Beth's psychology in harmful ways. He lacks the self-knowledge to see himself as a parent who's damaged his child, rather than just as someone who happened to father someone. Rick's pursuit of various goals throughout the series often reveals that he doesn't actually know what he wants or why he wants it. He claims to be motivated by scientific curiosity, but his choice of project seems arbitrary. He claims not to care about anything, but he clearly cares about being the smartest person in the universe and maintaining his superiority. He claims to be beyond human concerns, but he becomes petty and vindictive when insulted or challenged. These contradictions suggest someone who doesn't understand his own motivations or desires. He's operating on instinct and habit rather than genuine self-awareness. The relationship between Rick's vast knowledge of the external world and his complete ignorance of his internal world creates a specific kind of tragedy. He can solve almost any technical problem. But can't solve his own loneliness, depression, or emotional pain. He can manipulate reality itself, but can't manipulate his own psychology into being happy. The things he doesn't know about himself, his emotional needs, his psychological wounds, his relationship patterns, are the things that actually determine his quality of life. His scientific knowledge is practically useless for addressing his real problems. Rick's lack of self-knowledge also manifests in his inability to predict how his own behavior will make him feel. He pursues goals thinking they'll satisfy him, and they don't. He avoids situations thinking they'll be unbearable, and his avoidance makes things worse. He can't accurately model his own future emotional states, which means he makes choices that harm his own well-being. Someone with better self-knowledge would recognize these patterns and adjust. Rick just keeps repeating the same cycles while remaining mystified about why he's unhappy. The philosophical question raised by Rick's lack of self-knowledge is whether intelligence without self-awareness is actually wisdom. Rick is brilliant at understanding external systems, physics, biology, engineering, technology, but he's terrible at understanding himself, his emotions, his relationships, his patterns. Greek philosophy emphasized know thyself as foundational wisdom. Rick has rejected this entirely. He's chosen to develop external knowledge while avoiding internal knowledge. The show suggests this choice has made him more capable, but less happy. More powerful, but less fulfilled. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Rick's avoidance of self-knowledge connects to a deeper issue about the burden of being aware in a way that most people aren't, and how that awareness shapes his entire existence. Section 5. Rick and the burden of awareness. Rick Sanchez knows too much, and this knowledge is slowly destroying him from the inside. While most people live with comfortable illusions about meaning, purpose, and their place in the universe, Rick has stripped away all these protective layers and seen reality as it actually is. This section examines how Rick's supreme awareness of cosmic truth functions as a psychological burden rather than a gift, and how the show portrays knowledge itself as potentially toxic when taken to its ultimate extreme. Understanding Rick's burden of awareness helps explain his drinking, his depression, his self-destructive patterns, and his emotional detachment from nearly everything around him. The burden begins with Rick's understanding of the multiverse. Most people live believing that their choices matter, that their lives are unique, and that what happens to them is significant. Rick knows that infinite universes exist, where infinite versions of every event play out. This means that every choice he makes is simultaneously not made in another universe. Every version of his life exists somewhere. Every tragedy that happens to him doesn't happen to another him. This knowledge makes it nearly impossible to feel that anything he does matters. How can you take your choices seriously when you know that every possible choice is being made by some version of you? In the episode Close Rick Counters of the Rick Kind from Season 1, we see the Citadel of Ricks, a society made up entirely of different versions of Rick from different dimensions. There are thousands of Ricks, all equally intelligent, all equally capable. This visual representation of Rick's replaceability drives home the philosophical problem he faces. You're not special if infinite versions of you exist. You're not unique if there's a whole civilization of people exactly like you. Rick knows this intellectually, and it undermines any sense of individual significance or importance. He's just one Rick among infinite Ricks, living one life among infinite lives. Rick's awareness extends beyond just the multiverse, to include deep understanding of how consciousness works, how meaning is constructed, and how value is assigned. He understands that human emotions are chemical reactions in the brain. He knows that meaning is something minds create, not something inherent in reality. He sees through all the stories people tell themselves to make life feel important. Religion, morality, love, purpose, these are all mental constructs that brains evolved to produce. Understanding the machinery behind meaning destroys the ability to experience that meaning authentically. It's like learning how a magic trick works. Once you know, you can't be fooled by it anymore, and you can't enjoy it the same way. The show depicts Rick's burden of awareness through his constant state of existential exhaustion. He's tired all the time, not physically, but psychologically. He's tired of existing in a universe he understands too well. He's tired of going through motions that he knows are meaningless. He's tired of being surrounded by people who don't understand what he understands. This exhaustion appears in his body language, his voice, his drinking, and his general attitude toward life. He moves through the world like someone who's seen everything before and knows that seeing more won't reveal anything new or meaningful. Rick's drinking functions as self-medication for the burden of awareness. Alcohol numbs consciousness and dulls perception. It makes reality slightly less clear and thoughts slightly less sharp. For someone whose problem is knowing too much, and thinking too clearly about that knowledge, alcohol provides temporary relief. Every drink makes the universe slightly less overwhelming. Every drink makes the knowledge of meaninglessness slightly less painful. Rick stays drunk because staying sober means confronting the full weight of what he knows with nothing to buffer that confrontation. The flask he carries is a tool for making awareness bearable. The episode Autoerotic Assimilation from Season 2 shows Rick's burden most explicitly through his attempted suicide. After Unity leaves him, Rick goes to his garage and sets up a device that will disintegrate him. He turns on sad music and positions himself under the laser. He's preparing to end his existence, not because of some immediate crisis, but because the accumulated weight of being Rick Sanchez has become unbearable.
I admire tidy people. I'm messy as heck myself. You should see my desk. There are things here I haven't seen in weeks.
The knowledge, the awareness, the isolation, all of it has built up to a point where non-existence seems preferable to continued existence. Only Morty's accidental interruption prevents Rick from going through with it. This suicide attempt reveals something crucial about Rick's burden. He's not just philosophically convinced that life is meaningless, he's emotionally crushed by that knowledge. The awareness isn't just an intellectual position he's adopted, it's a weight that makes him want to stop existing. He knows too much to find meaning, but he's still human enough to need meaning. This contradiction creates unbearable psychological tension. He can't believe in meaning because he knows it's illusory, but he can't live happily without meaning because he's still a being that evolved to need purpose and connection. Rick's awareness also includes knowledge of his own psychology and behavior patterns, even though he avoids examining this knowledge directly. He knows he's an alcoholic. He knows he's depressed. He knows he's damaged and damaging to others. He knows his philosophy leads to misery. But he can't change any of this because changing would require believing that change matters, which would contradict his fundamental position that nothing matters. He's trapped in a loop where his awareness of his problems is itself another problem that his awareness makes worse. He knows why he drinks, but knowing why doesn't help him stop, because stopping would require caring about his well-being in a way his philosophy doesn't support. The burden of awareness creates emotional detachment that serves as a survival mechanism. If Rick allowed himself to fully feel the implications of what he knows, he would be overwhelmed. So he's developed a protective numbness. He experiences events without connecting to them emotionally. He sees suffering without feeling compassion. He causes harm without experiencing guilt. This detachment isn't natural or healthy. It's a defense mechanism against the unbearable weight of cosmic awareness. He's numbed himself to protect himself from being destroyed by what he knows. The episode The Ricks Must Be Crazy from Season 2 explores Rick's awareness through his creation of a mini-verse, a universe he created to generate power for his car battery. Inside this universe, intelligent beings have evolved and created their own civilization. Rick feels no ethical qualms about this because he's aware that from a cosmic perspective, there's no difference between naturally evolved universes and artificially created ones. All consciousness is equally arbitrary and meaningless. But when one of the beings in the miniverse creates their own smaller universe for the same purpose, Rick becomes angry. He can't articulate why this is different, revealing that even his awareness has limits and contradictions. Rick's burden of awareness isolates him from everyone around him. He can't have genuine conversations with most people because they don't understand what he understands. When his family talks about their problems, he sees those problems as trivial because he knows the cosmic context. When people get excited about achievements, he knows those achievements mean nothing. When people seek meaning in religion or philosophy, he knows they're grasping at illusions. This knowledge makes connection nearly impossible. How do you relate to people who are fundamentally wrong about the nature of reality? How do you care about someone when you know they're just temporary arrangements of atoms in one universe among infinite universes? The show uses Rick's relationship with Morty to explore how awareness creates distance, even in close relationships. Rick genuinely cares about Morty, in his own broken way, but his awareness prevents him from expressing or even fully acknowledging that care. He knows that Morty is replaceable, that infinite Mortys exist, that attachment is irrational. But he feels attached anyway, creating internal conflict. His awareness tells him not to care. His emotions make him care despite himself. He responds by trying to suppress the emotions, treating Morty badly to maintain distance, and generally acting in ways that protect him from the vulnerability of acknowledged affection. Rick's awareness of time and mortality adds another layer to his burden. He's invented ways to extend life, transfer consciousness between bodies, and essentially achieve practical immortality. But this hasn't solved the problem of existence. Living longer just means enduring meaninglessness for more time. He's aware that death is the end of consciousness, that there's nothing after, that life is temporary even if he can extend it. This awareness makes it hard to invest in long-term projects or relationships. Everything ends. Everyone dies. Why build anything or connect with anyone when you know it's all temporary? The episode, The Rick Shank Rickdemption from Season 3, shows Rick's awareness operating at multiple levels simultaneously. He's imprisoned by the Galactic Federation and appears to be sharing his memories with them. But he's actually manipulating them through fake memories while executing an elaborate escape plan. His awareness allows him to think on multiple levels at once, considering not just what's happening, but what others think is happening, and how to exploit that gap. This kind of multi-layered awareness is exhausting to maintain, and contributes to his psychological burden. He's always thinking several steps ahead, always aware of more dimensions to every situation than others perceive. Rick's burden includes awareness of his own limitations despite his genius. He knows he's not truly omniscient or omnipotent. He knows there are things he can't control and problems he can't solve. He knows that his intelligence, while extraordinary, is still finite and bounded by the laws of physics. This awareness of limitation is particularly painful for someone whose identity is built around being the smartest being in the universe. He's smart enough to understand exactly how not smart enough he is. He's powerful enough to see where his power ends. This is a uniquely frustrating position. The philosophical burden Rick carries relates to what some thinkers have called the curse of consciousness. Consciousness allows us to be aware of our own existence, which creates the problem of needing meaning and purpose. Animals without self-awareness don't need to justify their existence or find cosmic purpose. They just live according to their nature. Humans are aware enough to ask why they exist, but not smart enough to find satisfying answers. Rick is even more cursed because he's aware enough to definitively know that satisfying answers don't exist. He can't even maintain comforting uncertainties. He knows for certain that existence is meaningless. Rick's awareness also extends to awareness of other people's awareness, creating a meta-level burden. He's aware that most people are unaware of reality's true nature. He's aware that they live in comfortable ignorance. He's aware that he can't join them in that ignorance, because once you know, you can't unknow. This creates a form of epistemological isolation. He's separated from humanity, not by physical distance, but by unbridgeable gaps in understanding. He's like someone who can see color trying to explain it to people who only see in black and white. The explanation is impossible, and the attempt just reinforces how alone he is. The show suggests, through Rick's character, that some knowledge might be genuinely harmful to possess. Not all truth makes life better. Some truths make happiness impossible. Rick has pursued knowledge to its ultimate extreme, and discovered that ultimate knowledge produces ultimate misery. He's proof that the Socratic ideal of knowledge as the highest good doesn't account for the psychological costs of certain types of knowledge. Understanding the universe completely appears to be incompatible with enjoying life or maintaining mental health. Rick is brilliant and aware and absolutely wretched because of it. Rick's burden of awareness creates a tragic dimension to his character. He didn't choose to be this smart. He didn't decide to understand reality this clearly. His genius is natural talent taken to its extreme, and that extreme has destroyed his capacity for the illusions that make most people happy. He's cursed with clarity. He sees through everything, and that vision through reveals nothing worth seeing. He's aware of awareness itself as a cosmic accident with no purpose, and that meta-awareness makes even his own consciousness feel like a burden rather than a gift. He knows too much to be happy, and not enough to escape knowing. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Rick's crushing awareness of cosmic truth finds its mirror opposite in Morty, whose lack of awareness creates the tension that drives much of the show's philosophical exploration. Section 6. Morty as moral counterpoint. While Rick represents extreme awareness, intelligence, and philosophical sophistication, Morty serves as his moral and philosophical opposite. Morty is naive, average in intelligence, and operates from conventional moral intuitions that Rick has long since abandoned. This section examines how Morty functions as Rick's counterpoint, how their philosophical tension creates the emotional and ethical core of the show, and how Morty's perspective challenges Rick's nihilism, even when Rick appears to be intellectually correct. Understanding Morty's role reveals that the show doesn't simply endorse Rick's worldview, but instead uses the conflict between Rick and Morty to explore whether conventional morality can survive contact with cosmic truth. Morty starts the series as a 14-year-old boy with normal teenage concerns. He worries about school, has a crush on a girl named Jessica, wants to fit in with his peers, and generally tries to navigate the usual challenges of adolescence. He has conventional moral beliefs. He thinks lying is wrong, that hurting people is bad, that life has value, and that you should try to be a good person. These beliefs aren't particularly sophisticated or well-examined. They're just the normal moral framework that most people absorb from family and culture. But this conventional morality puts Morty in direct conflict with Rick's nihilistic philosophy from the very beginning. In the pilot episode, this conflict appears immediately. Rick drags Morty out of school for an interdimensional adventure, and Morty protests that he'll get in trouble, that he has responsibilities, that this isn't right. Rick dismisses all these concerns as meaningless social conventions. Morty thinks school matters. Rick knows it doesn't. Morty believes following rules is important. Rick sees all rules as arbitrary. Morty wants to be responsible. Rick thinks responsibility is an illusion people invented to control each other. This fundamental disagreement about whether conventional morality has any validity drives their relationship throughout the series. What makes Morty philosophically significant is that his moral intuitions persist, despite Rick constantly demonstrating that they're based on false premises. Morty continues to believe that hurting people is wrong, even after Rick shows him that people are just temporary arrangements of atoms in one universe among infinite universes. Morty continues to value life even after seeing countless deaths across multiple dimensions. Morty continues to care about others even after learning that infinite versions of those others exist elsewhere. His morality isn't based on philosophical reasoning that could be undermined by better arguments. It's based on emotional responses and intuitions that survive intellectual challenges. The episode Rick Potion number 9 from Season 1 crystallizes the difference between Rick and Morty's perspectives. When they abandon their original universe after turning everyone into monsters, Rick sees this as a practical solution to an inconvenient problem. Morty is traumatized by the moral weight of abandoning his family and replacing them with alternates. Rick feels nothing, Morty feels everything. Rick's intelligence tells him this choice is meaningless. Morty's moral intuition tells him this choice is horrifying. The show doesn't clearly indicate which perspective is correct. It presents both and lets them exist in tension. Morty's function as moral counterpoint means he often serves as the voice of conventional ethics opposing Rick's actions. When Rick does something cruel or destructive, Morty objects. When Rick wants to abandon someone or let people die for convenience, Morty argues for helping them. When Rick treats people as disposable, Morty insists they matter. These objections rarely change Rick's behavior, but they serve an important narrative and philosophical purpose. They articulate the moral perspective that viewers might share, giving voice to the discomfort Rick's actions create. Without Morty's objections, the show would simply be nihilism unopposed. The relationship between Rick's intelligence and Morty's average intellect is philosophically significant. Rick is right in his factual claims about the universe. His observations about meaninglessness are accurate, given how the show depicts reality. But Morty's moral intuitions might be right in a different sense. They might be right about how to live, about what makes life bearable, about what allows human connection and happiness. Rick's way of being might be intellectually correct, but practically disastrous. Morty's way might be based on illusions, but might produce better outcomes for actual living. The show explores this tension without resolving it. Morty's character development across the series shows him being corrupted by exposure to Rick's worldview. In early episodes, Morty is innocent and horrified by violence and moral compromise. In later seasons, he becomes more willing to kill, lie, and act selfishly. He's learning from Rick that conventional morality is optional and that power matters more than principles. This gradual corruption shows the cost of extended exposure to Rick's philosophy. You can't spend time with someone who treats all values as arbitrary without starting to internalize that perspective. Morty is slowly becoming more like Rick. which the show presents as a tragedy rather than as growth or improvement. The episode Rest and Ricklaxation from Season 3 explores the Rick and Morty dynamic through a device that separates their toxic personality traits from their healthy traits. Morty's toxic traits include self-doubt, anxiety, and moral concern. His healthy version is confident, successful, and completely amoral. This raises disturbing questions about whether Morty's morality is actually healthy or whether it's a dysfunction holding him back. The healthy Morty succeeds at everything precisely because he stops caring about whether his actions are right or wrong. This suggests that conventional morality might be incompatible with success and happiness, which challenges our intuitions about moral goodness. Morty serves as Rick's connection to humanity, despite Rick's attempts to transcend human concerns. Rick claims not to care about human values or relationships, but he keeps Morty around. He goes on adventures with Morty. He protects Morty from danger. He becomes jealous when Morty forms other relationships. Morty represents the human element that Rick can't completely eliminate from his life. Through Morty, Rick maintains a link to the normal human experience of caring about things, even though he won't acknowledge that this link matters to him. Morty is Rick's anchor to conventional humanity. The philosophical tension between Rick and Morty also appears in their different responses to suffering. When they encounter people who are suffering, Morty's immediate response is sympathy and a desire to help. Rick's response is indifference or annoyance that the suffering creates complications. In the episode Raising Gazorpazorp from Season 1, Morty raises an alien child and struggles with the moral responsibilities of parenthood. Rick treats the child as an inconvenient problem to solve rather than as a being deserving care. Morty's moral intuitions tell him that caring for dependents is important. Rick's philosophy tells him that all such obligations are arbitrary social constructs. Morty's role as moral counterpoint becomes more complex as the series progresses. He's not simply naive innocence opposing Rick's cynicism. He's someone struggling to maintain moral principles in a universe that seems designed to prove those principles are meaningless. He knows what Rick knows about the multiverse and meaninglessness, but he chooses to act as if things matter anyway. This is actually a sophisticated philosophical position, similar to what some existentialist thinkers advocate. You acknowledge that life is meaningless and then choose to create meaning through your actions and commitments despite knowing that meaning is constructed rather than discovered. The episode The Vat of Acid episode from Season 4 shows Morty challenging Rick's superiority, and Rick responding by proving Morty wrong in the cruelest way possible. Rick creates a device that lets Morty save and reload his life like a video game, encouraging Morty to live recklessly, knowing he can undo consequences. Morty falls in love during this period, has meaningful experiences, and finds happiness. Then Rick reveals it was all fake, a simulation designed to teach Morty a lesson about questioning Rick's ideas. Morty's moral and emotional investment in his experiences is revealed as foolish. Rick's detachment is validated as wise. The episode viciously demonstrates how caring makes you vulnerable to being hurt. Morty's conventional morality is often portrayed as weakness within the show's logic. His hesitation to kill gets him in danger. His concern for others slows him down. His moral qualms prevent him from doing what's necessary to survive in the harsh multiverse Rick has exposed him to. The show seems to suggest that Morty's values are luxury beliefs that only work in safe, stable environments. Once you're traveling through dimensions where anything can happen and conventional rules don't apply, traditional morality becomes a handicap. This is a dark suggestion about the relationship between ethics and power. The dynamic between Rick and Morty also explores how relationships between people with vastly different levels of knowledge and power can function. Rick knows more, can do more, and controls most situations they encounter. Morty is dependent on Rick for survival in dangerous situations. This creates an inherently unequal relationship where Morty's moral objections can be dismissed or overruled. Rick doesn't have to take Morty's perspective seriously, because Rick has the power and knowledge to impose his will. This reflects how philosophical disagreements in the real world are often resolved not through better arguments, but through power dynamics. Morty's character shows the psychological cost of being exposed to knowledge you're not equipped to handle. He's a normal teenager thrust into situations involving infinite universes, cosmic horrors, and existential meaninglessness. He doesn't have Rick's genius to help him process these experiences, or Rick's philosophical framework to make sense of them. He's stuck between his conventional understanding of reality and the much stranger reality Rick has shown him. This creates trauma and confusion that the show depicts through Morty's increasing anxiety and moral compromise. The relationship between Rick and Morty can be understood as a struggle over what kind of being Morty will become. Will he maintain his human moral intuitions despite knowing they're based on illusions? Or will he abandon those intuitions and become like Rick, brilliant and miserable and detached? The show tracks this struggle across seasons, showing Morty sometimes resisting Rick's influence and sometimes succumbing to it. His character arc is about whether conventional morality can survive contact with nihilistic philosophy, or whether knowing what Rick knows inevitably destroys the capacity for traditional ethical life. Morty also represents the audience's perspective in important ways. Most viewers are more like Morty than Rick. We have conventional moral beliefs, limited understanding of complex science and philosophy, and emotional responses to situations that aren't based on sophisticated reasoning. When Morty objects to Rick's actions, he's often expressing what viewers feel. When Morty struggles with moral dilemmas, he's working through questions viewers face. His character makes the show's philosophical content accessible by grounding it in recognizable human reactions rather than purely abstract argument. The show uses the Rick and Morty dynamic to avoid becoming pure nihilistic propaganda. If Rick were the only perspective presented, the show would simply be advocating for his worldview. By giving Morty equal screen time and presenting his moral perspective sympathetically, the show creates genuine philosophical tension. Viewers can identify with either Rick's intellectual position or Morty's moral intuitions. The show doesn't definitively settle which approach to life is better. It shows both perspectives, lets them clash, and allows viewers to form their own conclusions about whose way of being in the world is more valid. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. The philosophical tension between Rick and Morty reveals deeper questions about freedom and responsibility, themes that become explicit when we examine Rick's most revealing act of escapism. Section 7. Freedom and Responsibility. The episode Pickle Rick from Season 3 stands as one of the most philosophically revealing moments in the entire series, and examining it closely reveals how Rick uses freedom to escape responsibility, how that escape reflects his deeper philosophical problems. This episode makes explicit what runs throughout the show: Rick's belief that he should be free to do whatever he wants, combined with his refusal to accept responsibility for the consequences of that freedom. Understanding Pickle Rick helps us see how Rick's philosophy of radical freedom without responsibility leads to self-destruction, and how the episode serves as a critique of that philosophy rather than an endorsement of it. The episode begins with the family preparing to go to family therapy. Beth has made an appointment with Dr. Wong, a therapist who specializes in family counseling. The family needs therapy because their dynamics are dysfunctional in ways that cause everyone pain. Jerry and Beth are separated, the kids are caught in the middle. Rick's presence in the house creates constant chaos and disrupts normal family life. These are real problems that therapy might help address, but Rick clearly has no interest in participating. He sees therapy as pointless because he doesn't believe that talking about feelings or examining behavior patterns can accomplish anything meaningful. Therapy represents everything Rick rejects about conventional approaches to problems. It requires vulnerability, honesty about emotions, and acknowledgement that you need help from others. Rather than simply refusing to go to therapy, which would be honest and straightforward, Rick engineers an elaborate escape. He's built a device in the garage that will turn him into a pickle. This seems absurd on its face, and it is absurd, but the absurdity is the point. By turning himself into a pickle, Rick creates a situation where attending therapy becomes physically impossible. He has no arms to open doors, he has no legs to walk, he can't speak in human language. He's engineered a perfect excuse that can't be argued with. The family can't accuse him of refusing to go because he's literally incapable of going. He's found a loophole that allows him to avoid responsibility while maintaining deniability. Rick claims the transformation into a pickle is just a fun experiment he's doing for its own sake. He tells Morty he's Pickle Rick and seems excited about this new form. He insists he's not trying to get out of therapy, and that his timing just happens to coincide with the family leaving. But Morty immediately sees through this. He points out that Rick has clearly planned this to avoid therapy. Rick denies it, but his denial is unconvincing. The family leaves for therapy with Rick still in pickle form on the garage workbench, seemingly unable to change back because his serum is across the room and he can't reach it. What happens next demonstrates Rick's capabilities and his priorities. Left alone as a pickle, Rick should be helpless, but a cat knocks him off the workbench and he rolls into the driveway, where rain washes him into the sewer system. Now Rick is in serious danger. He's a pickle in a sewer with rats and water and no way to change back. A normal person in this situation would deeply regret their choice and desperately wish they'd just gone to therapy. But Rick doesn't give up or accept defeat. Instead, he decides to survive and escape using only his intellect and whatever materials he can find in this hostile environment. Rick kills a cockroach and uses its nerve endings to create a way to control his pickle body's movement. Then he kills rats, harvesting their body parts to build himself a functioning body with limbs, joints, and mobility. He turns himself into a grotesque cyborg pickle creature using scavenged animal parts and his scientific knowledge. This sequence is elaborate and visually striking. It shows Rick's genius in using limited resources to solve seemingly impossible problems. He goes from helpless vegetable to dangerous fighter through pure intelligence and determination. The transformation is disgusting and violent, but it demonstrates Rick's refusal to accept helplessness or defeat, even in the most absurd circumstances. The rat body allows Rick to move and defend himself, but he's still stuck in the sewer. He discovers a way out through a secure facility, which turns out to be some kind of foreign agency conducting dangerous operations. Rick fights his way through the building, killing trained agents using improvised weapons and tactics. The action sequence is intense and creative, showing Rick is supremely capable even in the most absurd and disadvantageous circumstances. He's a pickle with rat limbs fighting human soldiers, and he wins through cleverness and ruthlessness. By the end of the sequence, he's killed dozens of people and left the facility in ruins. Rick eventually makes it to the therapy session, where his family is meeting with Dr. Wong. He crashes through the ceiling in his pickle rat body, covered in blood and viscera. The family is shocked, but not entirely surprised. This is the kind of thing Rick does. He's gone to extraordinary lengths and caused enormous destruction just to avoid 1 hour of sitting in a room talking about his feelings. The contrast between the effort he expended to avoid therapy and the minimal effort therapy would have required is stark. He was willing to risk death and commit mass murder to escape something as simple and safe as a conversation. Dr. Wong, the therapist, sees through Rick immediately. She's not impressed by his pickle transformation or his violent escape. She understands what it represents. She tells Rick directly that he went to more trouble to avoid therapy than therapy would have been. She suggests that this reveals something important about his psychology. He's willing to face extreme physical danger and exert enormous effort to avoid emotional vulnerability. This tells her that he fears self-examination more than he fears death. The lengths he'll go to avoid confronting himself are the real issue, not whatever problems the family wanted to discuss in therapy. Dr. Wong offers Rick a genuine insight about his behavior. She says that the thing about repairing and maintaining and cleaning is that it's not an adventure. There's no way to do it so wrong you might die. It's just work. And the bottom line is, some people are okay going to work and some people would rather die. She's identifying Rick's fundamental problem. He can handle adventures and danger and challenges because those things are exciting and keep him distracted. But he can't handle the boring, difficult work of maintaining relationships and examining himself. He'd literally rather turn into a pickle and fight through a building full of armed agents than sit still and be honest about his feelings. Rick's response to Dr. Wong's insight is dismissive and defensive. He makes sarcastic comments and tries to undermine her points. He can't accept what she's saying because accepting it would require acknowledging that he has problems he can't solve with intelligence and science. It would require admitting that his avoidance is fear rather than philosophical principle. It would mean recognizing that therapy might actually help him if he was willing to engage with it honestly. All of this contradicts Rick's self-image as someone who has everything figured out and doesn't need help from anyone. The episode ends with Rick and Beth bonding over their shared dysfunction while drunk together. Beth is impressed by Rick's pickle transformation and escape. She sees it as evidence of his genius, rather than as evidence of his severe psychological problems. This is Beth enabling Rick's worst tendencies by validating his avoidance and destruction as admirable, rather than pathological. Rick and Beth get drunk and laugh together, reinforcing each other's dysfunctional patterns. Meanwhile, Morty and Summer ride home with Dr. Wong, who offers them genuine wisdom about their family that they're not ready or able to hear. The philosophical significance of Pickle Rick centers on the relationship between freedom and responsibility. Rick exercises radical freedom in choosing to become a pickle. Nobody forced him. He did it because he wanted to, because he could, because his intelligence and scientific ability made it possible. This is Rick's philosophy in action. He's free to do anything, so he does whatever he wants. But this freedom comes with consequences. He ends up in mortal danger, he has to kill dozens of people to survive, he traumatizes his family further, he misses an opportunity to potentially improve his relationships and his mental health. The episode asks whether freedom without responsibility is actually freedom, or just another form of imprisonment. Rick is free to avoid therapy, but that freedom traps him in his dysfunctional patterns. He's free to turn into a pickle, but that choice puts him in a sewer fighting for survival. His freedom to do whatever he wants hasn't made him happy or functional. It's made him isolated, miserable, and destructive. The episode suggests that Rick's understanding of freedom is actually a trap. He thinks avoiding responsibility makes him free, but avoiding responsibility is exactly what keeps him stuck. Dr. Wong's comments about maintenance and repair versus adventure highlight a crucial distinction. Adventures are exciting because they have stakes and uncertainty. You might succeed or fail. You might live or die. This creates engagement and distraction. But maintaining relationships, mental health, and a functional life is boring, repetitive work with no dramatic payoffs. You do therapy not because it's exciting, but because it gradually makes things slightly better over time. Rick can't tolerate this kind of work because it doesn't provide the stimulation and distraction he needs to avoid confronting the emptiness of his existence. The episode also examines how intelligence can be used to avoid rather than to solve problems. Rick applies his genius to escaping therapy rather than to engaging with it. He uses his capabilities to run away from challenges that can't be solved with science and violence. This is intelligence in service of avoidance, rather than in service of growth or healing. Rick is smart enough to engineer elaborate escapes from emotional discomfort, but not wise enough to recognize that those escapes are making his problems worse. His intelligence has become a tool for reinforcing his dysfunction, rather than for overcoming it. Rick's transformation into a pickle also represents his desire to escape human limitations and needs. As a pickle, he has no emotions to deal with, no relationships to maintain, no family obligations to fulfill. He's reduced himself to something simple and non-human, free from all the messy complications of being a person. This is Rick's fantasy, to transcend humanity entirely and exist as pure intelligence without feelings or connections. But the fantasy doesn't work. Even as a pickle, he ends up in danger and conflict. Even as a pickle, his problems follow him because his problems are internal rather than external. The violence Rick commits during his pickle rampage is philosophically significant. He kills many people to escape from the building and get to therapy. These are people with their own lives, families, and concerns. Rick treats them as obstacles to remove rather than as beings with value. This reflects his moral nihilism in practice. If nothing matters, then killing people who are in your way is no different from moving furniture that blocks a door. The episode doesn't dwell on the violence or present it as particularly wrong. It's just what Rick does to solve the problem of being trapped. Beth's response to Rick's pickle adventure reveals how she's internalized his values and enables his dysfunction. Instead of recognizing that Rick went to absurd and destructive lengths to avoid helping his family, Beth admires his ingenuity and success. She's proud that her father is capable of such amazing feats. She validates his choice to prioritize individual freedom over family responsibility. This is Beth choosing to be like Rick rather than like a healthy parent. She's choosing the excitement of Rick's adventures over the boring work of being present and emotionally available to her children. Pickle Rick ultimately functions as a critique of Rick's entire philosophical approach to life. The episode shows that avoiding responsibility doesn't make you free. It makes you a pickle fighting rats in a sewer. It shows that using intelligence to escape problems rather than to solve them leads to escalating disasters. It shows that the work of maintaining mental health and relationships might be boring, but it's necessary for actually living well. Rick ends the episode having learned nothing. Still drunk, still avoiding, still stuck in the same patterns. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Rick's rejection of responsibility connects to how he understands reality itself, particularly the multiverse structure that makes every choice simultaneously significant and meaningless. Section 8. The Multiverse and Infinite Possibility. The concept of infinite parallel universes forms the structural foundation of Rick and Morty's reality, and understanding how the multiverse functions in the show reveals profound philosophical implications about choice, consequence, identity, and meaning. The multiverse isn't just a science fiction device that allows for varied adventures. It's a philosophical framework that challenges fundamental assumptions about what makes life significant and whether individual choices matter in any ultimate sense. This section examines how infinite possibility affects the show's approach to morality, identity, and meaning. The basic premise of the multiverse in Rick and Morty is that infinite universes exist, and in these infinite universes, every possible variation of every possible event occurs. There are universes where Rick is human, and universes where he's different species. There are universes where Earth was never invaded by aliens, and universes where it was destroyed in countless different ways. There are universes where Morty is brave, and universes where he's cowardly. Every choice that could be made is made somewhere. Every event that could happen does happen somewhere. This infinite multiplication of possibility is the reality that Rick navigates with his portal gun. The immediate philosophical problem created by infinite universes is that nothing is unique. Whatever happens to you in this universe doesn't happen to another version of you in a different universe. You make one choice here, and another you makes the opposite choice there. This drains meaning from individual choices and experiences. How can your choice be significant if every possible choice is being made by some version of you? How can your life be special if infinite versions of your life exist with every possible variation? The multiverse structure suggests that uniqueness is impossible, and that significance must be based on something other than being special or different. The episode Close Rick Counters of the Rick Kind from Season 1 introduces the Citadel of Ricks, a civilization made up entirely of different versions of Rick from different dimensions. The Citadel shows that Rick isn't unique even among Ricks. There are thousands of versions of him, all equally intelligent, all equally capable. Some Ricks are similar to our Rick, and some are quite different. There are Ricks who work normal jobs, Ricks who are police officers, Ricks who are politicians. The infinite variation means that even Rick's genius and personality aren't unique to him. He's just one instance of a pattern that repeats across dimensions. The Citadel also reveals class divisions and inequality among Ricks. Some Ricks are wealthy and powerful. Others are poor and oppressed. There are even enslaved Mortys working for the dominant Ricks. This shows that infinite possibility doesn't mean infinite freedom or infinite good outcomes. It means infinite variation, including infinite suffering and injustice. The multiverse doesn't solve problems or create utopia. It just multiplies everything, good and bad, across infinite iterations. For every universe where things go well, there are universes where things go terribly. The average doesn't improve. it just spreads wider. Our Rick's response to the existence of infinite other Ricks is to maintain that he's the Rickest Rick, the most Rick-like of all possible Ricks. This is a claim to supremacy and uniqueness, despite the evidence that he's one of many. He needs to believe he's special, even though he knows intellectually that he can't be. This contradiction reveals Rick's psychological need for significance conflicting with his philosophical understanding that significance is impossible in a multiverse. He knows infinite Ricks exist, but he still wants to be the best one, the most important one, the one who matters most. The multiverse also creates the possibility of universe hopping when things go wrong, which Rick does in Rick Potion number 9. When one universe becomes uninhabitable or inconvenient, Rick can simply move to another universe where conditions are better. This ability undermines commitment and consequence. If you can escape any situation by jumping to a different universe, then you never have to face the long-term results of your actions. You never have to work through problems or repair damage you've caused. You can just leave and start fresh somewhere else, which is exactly what Rick does. This universe-hopping ability relates to what philosophers call moral hazard. Moral hazard is when someone is protected from consequences and therefore acts more recklessly than they would if they had to face those consequences. Rick can act without concern for long-term consequences because he knows he can always abandon a universe if things get too bad. This removes one of the main factors that would normally constrain behavior. Most people are careful partly because they have to live with the results of their choices. Rick doesn't have to live with results. He can just move to a universe where those results don't exist. The episode The Ricklantis Mix-Up from Season 3 explores life in the Citadel of Ricks in detail, showing various Ricks and Mortys living out different stories. We see a Morty running for political office, Ricks working factory jobs, young Mortys in school, and various other scenarios. The episode demonstrates that even in a society of infinite Ricks, the same social problems emerge. There's corruption, inequality, exploitation, and violence. The multiverse doesn't transcend human nature or social dysfunction. It just provides infinite contexts for that dysfunction to play out. Whatever problems exist in one universe exist in variations across infinite universes. The philosophical question raised by infinite universes is whether choice matters if all choices are made somewhere. When you choose option A in this universe, another you chooses option B in another universe. Both choices happen. Both consequences occur. So did you really choose, or did the multiverse just generate all possibilities automatically? This threatens the concept of free will and moral responsibility. If all options are realized, then individual choice becomes meaningless. You're not creating one outcome instead of another. You're just experiencing one outcome, while other versions of you experience all the alternatives. Rick's awareness of the multiverse affects his ability to care about individuals. When someone dies in one universe, Rick knows that person still exists in countless other universes. Death becomes less absolute. When someone is hurt, Rick knows a version of them who wasn't hurt exists elsewhere. Suffering becomes less unique or tragic. This awareness makes it difficult to invest emotionally in specific individuals or situations. Why care deeply about this particular Morty when infinite Mortys exist? Why grieve this particular loss when infinite versions where the loss didn't occur exist simultaneously? The show explores these questions through Rick's relationship with Morty. Despite knowing infinite Mortys exist, Rick seems to care specifically about his Morty, the one from his original dimension that he now travels with. He protects this Morty. He takes this Morty on adventures. He becomes jealous when this Morty forms other attachments. This suggests that even though Rick knows attachment to one specific Morty is logically arbitrary in a multiverse, he can't help forming that attachment anyway. His emotions don't follow his logic. His heart doesn't accept what his mind knows to be true. The multiverse also enables Rick's scientific work in problematic ways. He can experiment without ethical constraints because failed experiments just create bad outcomes in one universe among infinite universes. If an experiment destroys a world, that's unfortunate for that world, but infinite other worlds exist where the experiment succeeded or never happened. This makes ethics complicated in a multiverse context. Traditional ethics assumes that consequences matter because they affect the actual world. But in a multiverse, there is no single actual world. There are infinite actual worlds with infinite different outcomes. The episode The Ricks Must Be Crazy from Season 2 demonstrates Rick creating an entire universe to power his car battery. Inside this miniverse, intelligent beings evolved and created civilization, not knowing they exist only to generate electricity for Rick's vehicle. This is cosmic scale exploitation. Rick has created conscious beings and enslaved them without their knowledge for his convenience. But from a multiverse perspective, this universe is no more or less real than any other. Rick didn't reduce the total amount of existence, he just created a new instance of it. The beings in the miniverse are as real as beings in any universe, which means they're as meaningless as beings in any universe. The infinite nature of the multiverse also means that every terrible thing you can imagine happens somewhere. Every form of suffering, every atrocity, every nightmare scenario exists in some universe. This is a disturbing implication of infinity. If everything possible happens, then everything horrible happens too. The multiverse guarantees infinite suffering alongside infinite joy. Rick's awareness of this truth contributes to his dark worldview. He knows that for every good outcome, terrible outcomes exist elsewhere. The multiverse is morally neutral, generating everything without preference for good over evil. Rick's use of the portal gun represents his relationship to the multiverse. He can access infinite possibilities at will, jumping from universe to universe as easily as walking from room to room. This ability gives him godlike freedom. He's not constrained by the limitations of a single universe. If one universe doesn't have what he wants, he can go to another that does. If one universe becomes dangerous or boring, he can leave. This freedom is part of Rick's identity. He's not bound to any particular reality. He exists across the multiverse, belonging nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. But this freedom is also a curse. Because Rick can access infinite possibilities, nothing is special. Every experience he has could be repeated with variations in other universes. Every relationship could be replaced with an alternate version. Every achievement exists alongside infinite other achievements. The portal gun gives Rick infinite freedom and infinite options, which paradoxically makes every option feel worthless. When you can have anything, nothing feels valuable. When you can go anywhere, nowhere feels like home. The multiverse also challenges the concept of identity in fundamental ways. What makes you you if infinite versions of you exist? Is identity based on consciousness, on memories, on physical continuity, on choices, or on something else? When Rick and Morty replace their dead alternate selves in Rick Potion number 9, are they the same people continuing their lives, or are they different people impersonating the dead versions? The show doesn't provide clear answers to these questions because the multiverse makes identity philosophically murky. Rick's intelligence allows him to understand the multiverse in ways most people can't. He's calculated probabilities across infinite universes. He's mapped dimensional variations. He understands the mathematical reality of infinite possibility. But this understanding hasn't brought him peace or happiness. It's brought him the knowledge that nothing he does matters in any cosmic sense, because everything happens somewhere. His intelligence has given him access to a truth that makes life feel empty. He knows too much about the structure of reality to find comfort in limited perspectives. The show uses the multiverse to explore determinism and free will. If all possibilities exist, then in some sense, everything is determined. Not determined by fate or God, but determined by mathematical necessity. If infinite universes exist, then all possible outcomes must exist somewhere. This means your choices don't create new outcomes. They just determine which existing outcome you experience. You're selecting from infinite pre-existing possibilities rather than creating genuinely new realities. This is a form of determinism that doesn't require a determiner, just infinity. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. The multiverse's infinite possibilities affect more than just abstract philosophy. because they fundamentally reshape how Rick relates to the people closest to him, particularly his family. Section 9. Rick's relationship to family. Rick Sanchez's relationship with his family forms the emotional core of the show and reveals the deepest contradictions in his philosophy. Despite his nihilistic worldview that nothing matters and his intellectual conviction that attachment is irrational, Rick clearly cares about his daughter Beth, his grandchildren, and even his son-in-law Jerry in complicated ways he refuses to acknowledge. This section examines how Rick's emotional connections to family conflict with his philosophical positions, how his presence simultaneously helps and destroys the people he cares about, and what his family relationships reveal about the limits of pure rationality and detachment in human life. Rick abandoned his family when Beth was young, a fact that haunts their relationship throughout the series. We don't know all the details of why he left or where he went, but we know he was absent for most of Beth's childhood and adolescence. He returns to her life as an adult, moving into her garage and inserting himself into her family without really explaining where he's been or why he came back. This abandonment has shaped Beth's entire psychology. She spent her childhood wondering why her father left and whether she was good enough to make him stay. His return opens old wounds while also offering her something she's always wanted: a relationship with her brilliant, exciting father. Beth's need for Rick's approval drives much of her behavior throughout the series. She wants him to think she's smart, special, and worthy of his time and attention. She defends his presence in the house even when he causes problems. She chooses Rick over Jerry when their marriage falls apart,